Alright, I am live. Now go in live message. We'll get back into chapter 41. Yeah, so I did look up if there was anything I'm supposed to read on Moriarty. I couldn't really find anything other than people were talking about this arc. So I tried not to look too deeply. Didn't want to be spoiled. Like the only VN it seems that has to do with Fuhua is Shattered Swords. I couldn't really find anything about Moriarty for that. And also, it seems to be unfinished, so I didn't end up reading that. Or at least everything that I've seen people talking about it say it's unfinished. I don't know, maybe I should read it. Maybe I will. At some point. Who knows? Let's see. Did I... Oh, yeah. Gotta go get something real quick. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. So, last time we didn't get very far into the chapter, we're only like a third through chapter 41. Moriarty appeared. Seemed like he looks like a young Otto. So, not sure what's going on there. Like, if it's an Otto clone, shouldn't they have been wiped out with Otto? Maybe it could be Void Archives? But why he acted like Moriarty, if that's the case? I mean, I don't think anybody took Void Archives. It was just sort of left in that space, veterinary space. So yeah, I don't know. Interested to see what the deal is there. Did I unlock side story? Did I do that already? Oh, okay, side story. Okay, I can't do those yet. I didn't get those. Okay. Got the important endings. Didn't feel like going back to get the other ones. Yeah, okay. So then we can just continue the main story. The distant emotions have lived till today in an endless cycle. Inner Hesperus. I'm so sorry, my friend. The moment you received this letter, it means that I have broken our promise and left without saying goodbye. That's right. And of course, last time, big point, we found Grisio. Hoo-ha reunited with Grisio. Very pog. Hello, Jeremy. Watching you play games to ruin the phrase variety with your own phrase. The phrase was with friends, but it's execution. Dang, they sort of walked into that one. Oof. That does sound funny, though. Please follow the railroad toward the north in pursuit of that swindler named Willie Paul. In fact, there will be neither me nor Willie Paul at the station you are arriving at. Only this belated letter of explanation. If nothing has happened, I would have landed in Belgium by now. A far cry from Glasgow, where we were supposed to meet. Okay. Hanging with friends, yeah. As for the next stop, I can't say for sure now. It depends on how our enemy will act. Or how our real enemy will act. In the best case scenario, I will catch him in Antwerp. As you know, it won't be easy. I'll try to make amends to you when this is all over. Perhaps you'll like some chocolate. Of course, I know that a delicious specialty can't compensate for a thrilling adventure. After all, it's an essential material for your survival. Oh. Alright, so we going back in time to see what's going on with Moriarty? At the simple wooden table, Fu Hua was writing silently and quickly with a pen that had just been filled with ink. The light indoors was poor, but good enough in this era where light bulbs were not yet popular. It was the rough paper and poor quality pen, rather than lighting, that affected her writing speed more. After all, she had decided to write the letter to Holmes on the spur of the moment, and she could only make use of what was at hand. Okay. I guess working with Sherlock Holmes? I think that was mentioned before. And considering the clandestine nature of things, she didn't want to leave traces of someone living in her room. Even so, I still hope you will understand my decision. We are only one step away from arresting our common enemy, but in this final step I must engage him in close combat. As a Schicksal Valkyrie, I have no reason to put citizens in such danger, even if you volunteered just to satisfy your curiosity. Of course, this is not to negate the services you have done for us in the past, finding the crime scene first, giving Scotland Yard the runaround on my behalf, introducing me to the street children who call themselves the Young Detectives Crew. I will submit all of the above to Schicksal in the form of a report. Certainly, it will also include your several acts of vandalizing the scene, moving evidence, beating up police officers to resist arrest. Rest assured, Schicksal will give you a fair judgment. Based on my experience, it won't be too severe. At the very least, they won't go after those autobiographical literature works of yours. You can't give away the most crucial secrets. After all, M's true identity. You don't know anything about it. Fu Hua hesitated a little before adding those seemingly harsh words. More than 3 months have passed since she came to England and began this special mission. Whether it was the members of Schicksal who contacted her, the Scotland Yard police who were forced to cooperate, or even a certain someone who accidentally became her travel companion, they only know one thing. That she was sent here directly by the Schicksal overseer to track down an exceedingly vicious criminal mastermind, James Moriarty. This criminal mastermind never left any trace, but he secretly controlled the entire underground network of criminals in London. He's ruthless in his actions, yet there's a calm elegance revealed in the details of his actions. No one knew where he came from, except for a very few. Like Fu Hua or Auto Apocalypse, the Shuxel Overseer. In fact, essentially, the latter could be regarded as Moriarty's father, because this Moriarty came from one of the prototype Solium bodies. Oh. Okay, so when he was still figuring out cloning. How on earth did this Solium body awaken his sense of self? And how did he escape from the backup warehouse of Shuxel and make it all the way to England? Why did he name himself Moriarty? How did he establish himself to be the head of a criminal organization in London? On the other hand, how did Otto investigate all this? Why give her the task and not Rihanna, who's clearly more involved in this? Fu Hua had no clue about any of the questions above, and never intended to delve into them. For hundreds of years, she and Otto had come to an understanding, or so she thought. For her, there was only one thing that mattered at the moment: eradicating Moriarty's criminal organizations once and for all, and bringing him to justice. Fu Hua thought back to all the cases during the last 3 months and summarized them on the paper. After the incident with Colonel Morin, we all thought that he was finally at the end of his rope. But strangely, he didn't seem to be so demoralized. Instead, he appeared to be more and more motivated. In Paddington, he disappeared from a surrounded carriage, leaving us with nothing but a defiant note. In Basildon, he used us to break up a rival gang that was trafficking children, while we never found a single trace of him. I cite those examples to remind you that he was not only crafty, but also seemed to enjoy playing games with us. Even the destruction of the organization he had built from scratch failed to spoil his enjoyment. With such a volatile enemy, no one knows what he'll do when cornered. So I had to carefully clip all his wings first, before going after him alone for the final pursuit. After all, with all due respect, when it comes to fighting within Shuxel, you really can't help me in any way. Stopping here, Fu Hua took out her pocket watch and carefully confirmed the time. I'm positive that no one can get you to put aside your curiosity. That's why I asked my colleagues in Shuxel to secretly distract you and make you think that Willie Paul is important too. I'm staying in a hotel in a small town outside Dover. The hotel is so sparse, and it's so remotely located, that I even need the local newsboy to deliver my letter. I'll be out of here in less than 7 hours. I have no luggage, and I will leave no trace. It will be almost impossible for you or Moriarty to find me. In a few days, it will all be settled. Go back to Baker Street and be patient until then. Shuxel will send someone to tell you the whole truth. The moment she signed Fu Hua, even she herself did not expect that the legendary duel that was later to be interpreted beyond recognition had quietly started from that moment.
去把信寄走吧。
Oh. Ring of Sins. Fu Hua returned to the front entrance of the hotel, handed the letter to the newsboy who had been waiting there for a long time, and gave him some hush money.
回房间吧。明天早上赶第1班轮渡，继续追踪莫里亚蒂。只要他还没有察觉到我。
Right as she walked down the corridor, lost in thought.
那边的女士，105号房的住客，请留步。如果我没认错人，你该不会是天命的福华小姐吧？
A young man in uniform came out of the blue and strode toward Fu Hua.
你是？
没想到在这里也能见到你。看样子苏格兰场的传言确实有它的根据。你知道他们是怎么说的吗？有位来自东方的女武神，总是和案件与麻烦同时出现。开个玩笑，你不认得我吗？我们应该打过照面的，在上个月的那起纵火案里。
不好意思，我这几个月见了太多人。
好吧，我应该明白你是大人物。我是肯特郡的探长亨利，也给苏格兰场跑过腿。
He pulled a police ID out of his pocket. His movements were slightly dramatic, and he seemed to have handcuffs and weapons stuffed in the pockets of his bulging plainclothes, which gave an unexpectedly unassuming impression.
我来追捕一个名叫威利·保罗的恶棍，你一定也听说过这个名字。
威利·保罗，与之前我给出的假消息不同，他的确往这个方向逃窜了。可是，连肯特郡的警察都追到了这里，难道莫里亚蒂？
不管怎么说，看起来你没有忘记他。我得到目击证词，他在不久前刚刚逃进这所旅馆。你有见到过他吗？
抱歉，我对此一无所知。我也才刚到这里没多久。
唉，真遗憾。我原以为自己撞了大运，遇上了你这位连警察总监都要退让3分的大侦探，能给调查工作省下不少功夫呢。
From the man's seemingly sarcastic tone, Fu Hua realized that this inspector belonged to the local police force that would not accept her easily. Due to the strong intervention of Shixel in the pursuit of Moriarty, many police officers found it hard to adapt to the existence of Valkyries like Fu Hua.
看来要在这里多费一些口舌了。之前我认为，威利已经和莫里亚蒂的组织失去了联系，苏格兰场要逮捕他，应该只是时间问题。但我确实没想到他会出现在这里。如果这是巧合，
也许是巧合，也许是你也有漏算的时候。不管怎么说，我的工作就是去确认真相。接下来，我准备搜查整个楼层。傅华小姐，要是你一贯的机密任务没有那么紧急，应该不介意帮我一把吧？从原则上来讲，逮捕逃犯、保护市民的安全，这是警察的义务。与此相应，我们也有权要求任何人予以配合。虽然我知道我不可能以此来要求你，但配合警察的工作，至少在这个国家，的确是一种美德。
看来，这个人正好是最难被人说服的那种类型。不过，现在离早班轮渡起锚还有7个多小时，而另一方面，我也必须确认，莫里亚蒂是否已经通过某种形式掌握了我的行踪。我明白了，我们一起速战速决吧。
那真是太荣幸了。
事先说明，无论案件进展如何，我明早必须继续执行我的任务。
好吧。就从这里分头搜查吧。我从左边开始，你从右边开始。
好，我能跟房客透露多少？
问问他们今天下午有没有看到一个金色头发的家伙，这应该就够了。外面是那种鬼天气，本来就没几个人来。当然，要是直接看到了威力，就给他一拳，当场逮捕。你知道他长什么样子？
Just punch him in the face.
谁呀？
打扰了，请问您有没有见过一个金色头发的年轻男人？就在今天下午，这所旅馆里。
我想没有。我平时不太关注其他人。你是这里的管理员吗？出什么事了？
只是一些例行询问，请不要惊慌。如果您接下来注意到类似的可疑人物，还请向旅馆前台报告。
Hello? The door was unlocked, and there didn't seem to be anyone inside. Fu-Hua checked the room quickly and found no sign of anyone breaking in. Okay. 109. The door was unlocked, there didn't seem to be anyone inside. The furniture in the room was plain and nothing special, just like all the other rooms. Okay. 108. The door was unlocked, there didn't seem to be anyone inside. There was even some dust on the carpet at the entrance, and the sign on the door was crooked. It seemed that not only was the hotel not doing well, but the manager wasn't very diligent. 107. Unlocked, nobody inside. The window of this room was not closed properly, and a breeze was blowing through it. Still no trace of the fugitive. Well, that unclosed window is a little sus. 106.
什么人？干什么？
Regard, a person.
打扰了，请问您有没有见过一个金色头发的年轻男人？
你是谁？我为什么要回答你的问题？
我是一名和警方有关的人士。这样说，您能理解吗？
警察？不会吧，你没在开玩笑？真见鬼！我以为这里足够偏僻，安静，不会被人打扰了，才大老远跑来住。
您只要回答我的问题就好，不会占用很多时间。
当然，我可不想惹麻烦。我今天一整天都待在房间里，没有看见任何符合你描述的人。
那么，如果您接下来注意到类似的可疑人物，还请向旅馆前台报告。
好吧，好吧，真倒霉。
Well, somebody's in a bad mood. 105.
看起来你那边也已经完事了，不愧是女武神，动作比我还快一点。
不过结果可能要让你失望了，没有任何收获。
我也一样，但这里还有最后一间房间。
这是……不好意思，这是我自己的房间。
确实，我刚才看见了，但从程序上来说，我需要完成对这里所有房间的搜查。
As he spoke, he put his hand on the doorknob and pulled it down gently.
怎么了？
我离开的时候，应该没有锁门。
As soon as she said that, the expression on both their faces grew apprehensive.
你确定？
Fu-Hua took out the key and inserted it into the lock, only to find that she couldn't turn it even an inch.
从里面被反锁了。看来，我们的朋友选了个最糟糕的藏身之地。
The inspector grabbed the door handle and gave it a few tugs while he slammed the door with his other hand. But there was no response from the room.
他不肯欢迎我们。
The inspector took out the gun hidden in his pocket and seemed ready to break the door lock directly, but Fu-Hua stopped him by blocking the door first.
我不想惊动太多人，交给我吧。好了。
After Fu-Hua applied some force with her wrist, the door shook a little before the handle on the side dropped limply.
我们上。
Without so much as an explanation, Fu-Hua pushed open the door. She thought there would be a malicious criminal behind the door, or at least a helpless goon. Perhaps she could get information about Moriarty from this criminal and speed up her final pursuit. Or perhaps she would find that her whereabouts have been exposed, and Moriarty would once again disappear into the dark, nowhere to be found. But the reality completely betrayed her imagination.
这是
A man lay on his stomach on the carpet of the room. A young man with blonde hair, exactly as described by the inspector, and the image in Fuhua's memory. This fugitive, who had worked for Moriarty, now lay lifeless in Fuhua's own room.
这，你能替我解释解释眼下的状况吗，浮华小姐？
他死了。至于他为什么死在这里，我还在思考。
The inspector eyed Fuhua strangely and crouched down to check the man lying on the floor.
毫无疑问，是威利·保罗本人，而且确实死了。不过，我应该比刚才更加需要你的配合了，浮华小姐。如果你不能解释清楚自己的房间里发生过什么，那么毫无疑问，你就是这个案件的嫌疑人之一。
I don't know, this detective feels a little sus. Although we haven't seen anybody else really, so... Could be a red herring. It seemed that the cunning criminal mastermind had prepared a real big gift for his sworn enemy this time.
来整理一下情况吧。在我抵达之前，你为了寄信而离开105号房。大概有5分钟后，你返回旅馆遇到了我，我们2个一起搜查了其他10个房间，没有发现威利的行踪。最后，只剩下你的房间。你发现房门被反锁，我们一起破门而入，然后找到了威利的尸体。
确实如此。
所以在几分钟的时间里，一个死人就像蘑菇一样从你的房间里长了出来。
我也觉得不可思议。
需要我提供什么建议吗？我会把相关事实上报苏格兰场，至少在此过程中，我不建议你离开这间房间。
我应该说过，我身上也有非常重要的调查任务。 如果明天不能赶到目标的下一个藏身之处，整个链条就会断掉。
我的处境也同样尴尬。要是让我放这一条人命不管，我们警方维系的正义就会断掉。
原来如此。那么，就让我们在早班轮渡起锚前，先抓住你的正义，如何？天亮之前，我会将这件事查清楚，并证明自己的清白。 到时候，你自然可以让我先行离开。
好吧，我可没有门锁结实，没办法跟你来硬的。就按你愿意的方式来办吧。
非常感谢你的理解，探长。
The inspector said no more and turned away. Apparently, he was indeed not used to this way of solving cases, and even appeared to be a little nervous.
那么接下来。 希望一切不至于需要鱼都城来解决。
Oh. Why is all kind of stuff broken? Human. The one on the floor was Willie Paul, as dead as a doornail.
全身都有遭受殴打的痕迹，似乎经受过某种折磨。 难道他曾被人监禁在什么地方进行拷问？可是，要造成这样的伤势，想必需要花上不少力气。如果他刚刚遇害，凶手要怎么在这么短的时间里造成这么严重的伤势？如果他早就已经遇害，凶手要怎么把尸体移动到我的房间里？
It's not like it would be that hard, would it? You were gone for 10 minutes. That's plenty of time to move a body into the room. Also, there's a blood spatter, but there's not much. If he had just been killed with a wound, then there should be a lot more blood. To tick-tock, it's a clock. The hands of the clock pointed to the space between the numbers 9 and 10.
奇怪，这个时间，之前我观察过这座钟，那时他走的还很准确。是钟摆受到撞击了吗？果真如此，或许可以用来还原案发时间。不，无论如何，案发似乎也只能在我离开的那一小段时间内。而且从尸体的位置来看，案发时刻的冲突并不容易影响到座钟这边。那么，钟又为什么会变慢？
The desk was a mess. Evidently, the fight between the victim and the murderer took place here.
空白信纸飞得到处都是，被打翻的墨水也已经凝固了，看不出有什么线索。
Actually, I mean, Fuhua would know where her room is, right? Well, she would notice if this wasn't her room. I was gonna say they could have possibly changed the numbers of the rooms. That would mean they would have to set up an exact replica of her room. Which, I mean, is possible, but I don't know, it doesn't seem that likely. I guess I'm still in detective mode from yesterday. The small table was strewn with paraphernalia. 2 train tickets, a ferry ticket, a few notes, and cash. A far cry from the lack of life in the room that Fuhua tried to maintain.
根据这些线索，能还原出他的行动轨迹，和我之前的预计差不多。逃出伦敦后一路向东。不过，在逃亡当中，威利似乎一直接受着某种指引。莫里亚蒂，他为什么会对这样的妻子？而且，这个人为什么刻意把这些证据放在我的房间里？
Lee. Okay.
好快啊！有什么发现吗，富华小姐？
我还需要一点时间来整理线索。
我希望你尽快，我的同事们可能已经在路上了。
了解。不过，我还希望你能提供一下旅馆里其他人的信息，包括住客和管理员。
你可能会觉得失望，因为这旅馆里根本就没什么人。 3个住客加上1位管理员小姐，就这么多。105号房的你，106号房的先生，111号房的老头，没人看到过威利。他大概是走后门进来的，或者翻窗。总之，那个坐在前台的管理员一问3不知。他说自己第1天来代班，理由是这里的老板，也就是他的叔叔，在骑马的时候没看好自己的屁股。 106号房的先生是个画家，至少他自己这么认为。他为了找个能安安静静创作的地方，在朋友推荐下挑了这所偏僻的旅馆。他的履历里没什么不正常的地方。据他说，大概几个小时前，他确实听见过隔壁房间传出过一些闷响。你大可以为这段证词去同他对质，但我感觉他不像是在胡说。
几个小时前，那时只有我自己在房间里。 这不可能是实话，除非……不，倒也不必现在就为此而对他测谎。还是先让我试着用最近学会的他的方法来解决问题吧。
至于111号房的那个老头，就有点莫名其妙了。听说他指明要住离楼梯口最近的房间，他来这里赴一场年轻时错过的约会，听上去就像是老糊涂才有的言行。 这老头说他一直在关注楼道里的动静，但也没法确定威利保罗到底是什么时候来的。他眼睛并不好使，更多是靠耳朵去听。最后一位就是你了，浮华小姐。管理员说他完全不记得你办理过入住，但又说你确实住在这里，这相当奇怪，不是吗？
没办法，他看起来的确不够靠谱。
再加上111号房的老先生记得你那双靴子发出的脚步声，106号房的年轻人作证，你的房间里有异动。说实话，这足以让我发挥一些想象力了。
我明白你在指什么，但你大可放心，如果按我的行事作风，现在你已经不记得自己和我见过面了。没什么，无论如何，在你的同僚到达之前，我就会还原出事情的真相。就像这几个月来，搭档和我每一次做到的那样。好好想一想，现在最主要的几个疑点是
Main questions remaining. I mean, well, the other guests was answered. The body that suddenly showed up, I don't know what you mean by that. I guess the locked door?
破门而入之前，房门上了锁，用钥匙也打不开，这说明门是从里面反锁的。
It's a closed room murder.
但房间里根本没有活人，那么门到底是如何被锁上的呢？而且，为什么做出这一切的人要锁门呢？这对他难道有什么好处吗？
Gonna have to spin the chessboard.
好好想一想，现在最主要的几个疑点是
The body suddenly showed up.
在我离开的5分钟内，房间里突然就出现了威利的尸体，而且他身上留着需要很长时间才能造成的伤势。常理来说，要在那么短的时间里杀害一个人，再把遗体运进来，即使是女武神也很难做到。除非整件事情并没有在那么短的时间里发生，比如说威利的尸体早就存在于现场。但是这又要如何瞒过我呢？好好想一想，现在最主要的几个疑点是
The other guests?
客房一共有11间，除了105号房以外，106号房和111号房也有人，他们分别能提供关于楼梯口和现场隔壁的证词。这样的位置关系实在很凑巧，但要说它有什么含义，等一下，我记得我敲开那2个人的房门调查的时候，顺序是：好好想一想，现在最主要的几个疑点是
The conclusion is...
如果真是这样，在刚才没有作弊，反而是我的失算了。这是105号房。
Okay. Reconstruct the crime scene.
106。
5106.
107。
7.
108。
喂，浮华小姐，你这是怎么了？
然后从这里，1、2、3。
Did they actually switch the room numbers? Huh?
原来如此，这下完全明白了。这样的计策，说简单也简单，但却非常有效。
Inspector Henry caught up to her, panting like a dog.
有那么一瞬间，我还以为你想一走了之。
Chill, my guy.
该从哪里开始说呢？不久前，我们在105号房间里发现了逃犯威利·保罗的尸体。作为105号房的住客，我理所当然要承担嫌疑。但如果，即使从你的角度看，我也不应该有任何嫌疑呢。
Or what if they didn't switch the room numbers now? They switched them before she got there, or is it? No, I don't know. Still not sure how this would work.
我是房间的主人，而房间里出现了被害人。如果这个论据是错误的呢？我可以从至少3个角度来辩驳这一点。
Malfunctioning clock?
我留意过自己房间内的钟，之前它准确无误。可是发现尸体的那个房间里，钟上的时间却有问题。排除意外碰撞的因素，显而易见，那座钟本来就走时不准。也就是说，它们不是同一座钟。
Okay, it's not the same clock. Well, I guess all the rooms are supposed to be pretty much the same. And Fuhua doesn't really change much, so... I think I might be right, they might have switched the numbers, but I'm not sure how exactly they'd pull that off. And how Fuhua wouldn't notice that that was the case. Like, wouldn't she realize where her room is, even if it's not the same number? Or maybe she'd just gloss over that? I don't know. Alright, notes on the table.
我在现场的桌子上找到了威利留下的传票、字条、现金等乱七八糟的东西。
既然威利人在那儿，会留下些东西也不奇怪。
我不这么认为，因为在我离开房间以前，桌子还是空的。如果威利趁我不在潜入我的房间，他没有理由在那里留下这么多自己的东西，除非他不认为那是别人的房间。
The solidified ink.
直到我离开房间之前，我都还在桌前写信，用的就是桌上的墨水。我甚至能找到一位报童替我作证，但是现在，那间房间里的墨水被人打翻了，流出来的墨水也已经凝固。有谁能在仅仅几分钟的时间里让一整瓶墨水凝固？这显然不可能。那么答案只能是，它们不是同一瓶墨水。
Overall, I think, therefore I am.
综合以上几点，答案就很明显了。我们发现尸体的房间，并不是我所居住的105号房。具体来
Symmetrical.
说，其实是和它处在轴对称位置上。
Yeah, it's a different room. Okay.
107号房。
The inspector made a sharp inhale, unable to question Fuhua, and simply stared at her absent-mindedly.
这并不难。旅馆的走廊本来是一个圆形，只要将纸质的门牌按相反的顺序重新插入，让它们的顺序从逆时针改成顺时针，就足以误导不够熟悉这里的我。
Okay, I get that. If Fuhua was a regular person, but she's a mantis. So I feel like her spatial awareness should be much higher, even in a place that's unknown to her. Or, well, even in a place that's she's not super familiar with. Like, she's been there before. And especially, she has perfect memory. So... unless they address that, I feel like they sort of messed that up. I don't know. Anyway, this would work for a normal person, because, like... I've stayed in hotels before. I have to check the number and make sure I'm actually at the right room. So I get that. But again, Fuhua is not a normal person.
于是，本来在左手边第5间的105号房，就变成了107号房；本来的107号房变成了105号房。
只是调换门牌就能让你走错房间吗？万一你凭感觉走对了方向呢？而且你不是也检查了107号房吗？照你的说法，那不是你自己住过的房间吗？
的确，这听上去是有些匪夷所思。但好巧不巧，我因为有其他任务在身，不愿在自己的房间里留下有人生活过的痕迹。也就是说，这是针对习惯于秘密行动的我量身定制的一种骗术。而且，凶手还做了另一件事。他先用言语诱导我来到楼道口，再让我从11开始往回数，倒着数数字，让我失去了对这是第几个房间的敏感度。105和107号房本来就都在靠深处的位置，加上夜色已深，人留意不到细节上的区别，发生误判的概率就相当高了。最后，凶手在亲自站到假的105号房门口，以警察的身份告诉我，这就是105号房。这样，就完成了误导的最后一步。
你，
很遗憾，探长，你就是趁我去寄信的那段时间里，偷偷调换门牌的人。
Well, that would explain.
你把我骗到了真正停放尸体的107号房。
That would explain why when she used her key, it didn't budge at all. Because it's not the right room.
至于其他住客，106号房位于轴对称中心，即使调换门牌也不会产生改变。111和101本来就很接近，而那位眼神不好的老人也只关心自己的房间是不是靠着楼梯口。一旦事后追查起来，无论是那个不靠谱的管理员，还是不受法律追责的我，都远比你自己更加可疑。通过把水搅浑，你就可以避免社会的制裁。
不对，浮华小姐，你不能凭空这样怀疑我。
并不是凭空，我有办法证明这一切。整件事情里，最让我疑惑的一点在于，为什么你要给假房间的房门上锁？但联系到你当时的举动，我就明白了。如果不上锁，事后封锁现场的时候，我就会发现钥匙对不上房门，进而察觉到房间被交换了。所以你需要锁门，给当时的自己一个破门而入的理由。
If it hadn't been locked, you'd have found that the key didn't fit. But what? That's not how locks work. If it was the right key, it would have worked. And if it didn't work, that's because it's the wrong key. What? If it hadn't been locked, you wouldn't have used your key in the first place, so that way you wouldn't have found that the key didn't fit. This is backwards. What? What the heck?
你真正的目的是破坏门锁，避免我发现的是107号房。换言之，现在的107号房就是我本来的房间。
No, that doesn't make
也
any
就是
sense.
我们面前的这一间。那么，如果我手里的这把钥匙恰巧能将这扇门锁上，
Finishing her words, Hu-Hua turned around and inserted the key into the lock hole. However, before she heard the distinct click of locking,
我认输。
the outcome was already clear. After that, the policeman who received the urgent telegram took Inspector Henry away. According to him, he followed Willie on the hot pursuit, and finally, with the intel from the informant, found his target in the hotel. Eager for promotion, he interrogated Willie by force to find out the whereabouts of his other accomplices, but accidentally killed him as a result. Wow. Okay. And then that's why the person in 106 heard something going on. After that, he happened to see the Schicksal Valkyrie come to the same hotel, and then came up with a whole series of tricks. Apparently, he was not a law-abiding detective to begin with. The illegal use of firearms is prohibited by the British police, but he tried to break the lock by firing a gun.
他以己夺人，以为我为了完成自己的任务，不可能在乎威利这种人的死活，会直接选择把这件事压下去。
But she cared.
只是，他自己想出了整个计划，这仍然是一句谎言。通过作弊，我确认了这一点。
She was Feng Huang down. Inspector Henry had definitely crossed paths with Moriarty, and perhaps this whole thing had been orchestrated by the latter. Maybe he just accidentally killed someone and Moriarty swooped in. But it makes no difference. Every detail of this strategy that would only work under a particular combination of circumstances was a part of Moriarty's plan. The owner of the hotel who fell off the horse, the guests who were tricked for various reasons, the fraudster who chose to hide here, the police who got the information from an informant, and even the fact that the deceased easily died from the forced confession itself. How much of it was actually orchestrated? And could it be that the whole point of this was to delay Fu Hua and distract her from pursuing Moriarty? Or was he simply playing a game? A shiver ran down Fu Hua's spine at that thought. That was his style, but...
等一下，如果一切都是莫里亚蒂谋划好的，那么他也必须确保我能入住这里，确认我的入住方式会在轨迹中骗到我自己，还要了解我的行程，除非他看过我写的信，这不可能。我刚刚才把他记住，转身回来就遇到了那位探长。那么，我只能认为莫里亚蒂一直就在跟踪着我。
In that instant, Fu Hua thought she saw Moriarty's silhouette as clear as day.
那个报童，他知道我在这里，在门口等着我把信写好。只有他有时间和条件想出这个诡计，并作为救命稻草扔给那个失手杀了人的探长。等等，也就是说，那才是莫里亚蒂本人，一个孩子。
No, on second thought, that isn't strange at all. A body of Solium had great plasticity in nature. Therefore, changing the appearance to be a child wouldn't be impossible for him. After all, nearly no one had ever seen Moriarty's real appearance, and taking the form of a child served as a natural disguise to mislead Fu Hua and Ano. And this body was even more convenient than adults. He could escape through a hole in a surrounding carriage, or he could pose as a victim and infiltrate the child trafficking organizations to give orders.
是啊，这就是真相。
Too late to contact the real detective now. This time, Fu Hua was positive that she had finally reached Moriarty. Could she tell the local police to track the newsboy immediately? But with his ability...
等等，我还记得之前见到他的时候，他手里拿着的明信片。如果那是他准备前往的下一个地址，如果那就是他的挑衅，莱辛巴赫瀑布。
Time flew by. More than 100 years have passed since that famous showdown, which has been long celebrated in the annals of the world detective literature. And the two people who were the original models for the protagonist and antagonist have long since parted ways, in the truest sense of the term. When they meet again, will they remember the incident on the night before the showdown? Or could it be, from the perspective of this cunning revenge seeker, what's in sight now is the very real vendetta? Or just a straightforward goal, like it's a game? Coming back to the present, the Avenger who claimed to be an artist looked from a distance as his old friend was surrounded by monsters. He even made pretentious comments time to time. This was his favorite way of doing things. He didn't show up before the other party, and hid in the shadows where he had the best seat to admire the show which he had intricately planned.
哎呀，这倒真的是别来无恙了，我亲爱的大侦探。你坚定、自信、百折不挠，一旦锁定了目标，就无论如何都要到达那里。就像古往今来人们所推崇的每一位先驱者那样，在我看来，这是你最大的优势，它值得最崇高的赞美。你知道，我向来不忌惮承认对手的优势，毕竟，只要加以充分的研究，那么一个人最大的优势，也往往就是他最致命的劣势。就像大多数鱼类那样，它们固然很难被淹死，却也根本离不开水。100年之前，跨越数个国家，我们最终在莱辛巴赫相聚。而现在，你也同样循着我留下的痕迹，帮我打开了禁地。你对真相那种一根筋式的追求，确实帮了我一个大忙。所以接下来，各位不妨拭目以待。出于礼尚往来的心态，我可为亲爱的大侦探准备了一场盛大的重逢会呢。让我们看看这一次，谁会是坠入瀑布的那个人吧。
Oh boy.
格雷修，实话告诉我，你状态如何？
我的战斗能力没有恢复太多，但只要大家需要，我会竭尽所能。
不，你别勉强，保护好小 V 他们，然后帮我探查那些怪物的弱点。这种怪物很特别，之前能够影响我身为投影的稳定性，不可小觑。另外，他们这次没有采取任何动作，很可能有人在暗中指挥。
准确的判断，你就是传闻中的浮华姐姐吗？名不虚传，的确在各方面都很可靠。
What the heck are you
难怪
Vitas
为他们会这么信任。
doing over there? Why are you helping?
你们是？
Well, why are you helping Moriarty?
你们2个怎么被抓了？没事吧？
Why have you turned against the other Vitas?
红，冷静，你看清楚，他们2个不是被抓了，那些怪物就是他们2个的手下。啊，小驴，你在说什么呢？相处这么久了，我从来没听说过黄河蓝有这么一群丑八怪手下呀！而且刚才不就是这些怪物在围攻我们吗？那么坏的家伙，怎么会是黄河蓝的手下呢？我不知道他们2个为什么会获得这份力量，但是如果一直以来，
Disciplined Vita paused, the words she was about to utter sticking in her throat.
如果一直以来就是蓝和黄在暗中制造事态，这也能解释为什么蓝可以提前布置阻挡崩华兽的路障，对吧？子，我不知道。阿黄和蓝参与了异变，我没办法相信。但是直觉又好像在告诉我，绿姐说的有道理。
你的直觉还是很准哦，子。看来下次我可不能再偷吃你的布丁了。没错，事实就是如此。我和黄一直在暗地里协助大家的敌人莫里亚蒂，当然，我们也在尽量避免对弗洛斯造成损害。
对不起，这段时间我们2个一直在帮莫里亚蒂做事。
He's paying you? How's he paying you?
怎么会
Yellow's confession confirmed the terrible truth.
能容我问一句话吗？
但讲无妨。
我想知道，2位作为城市代理人，为什么会选择帮助莫里亚蒂？
Yeah, really.
对啊，你
The
们
dark
帮助
side.
那个坏蛋，总得有什么理由吧？
What, did they have cookies? Mindful Vita paused a second, trying to find the right words to formulate an appropriately thoughtful answer.
你发问的角度很有意思，浮华。你特别强调了我们城市代理人的身份。
难道这个身份发生了变化？
如果你就是想确认这一点，那么我可以负责任地告诉你，没有。此时此刻，我和黄依然没有忘记代理人的身份和义务。和其他的每一个维塔一样，我们仍然心系弗罗斯的安危。和其他的每一个维塔一样，我们对一路以来协助大家保护市民的浮华你，怀抱着深深的感激之情。
可是给大家带来危险的不就是莫里亚蒂吗？你们却帮助他。
如果这样说，你就搞错了先后顺序。虽然目前发生的一切表面上和莫里亚蒂脱不了干系，但是从深层次来说，他却算不上罪魁祸首。而我和黄之所以决定委身于他，当然也是因为这样的举动能够为弗洛斯的未来带来实实在在的好处。
你们和他达成了某种交易吗？
Yeah, what's going on? Stop vague posting.
确实，他向我做出了承诺，关于整个世界的真相，关于灾祸的降临，他将会为我带来至关重要的答案。
他说什么你们就信什么吗？那什么灾祸什么的，真的会有吗？而且，要是他到最后又说话不算话了怎么办？
诚然，此间存在较大的风险，但我们决心帮助莫里亚蒂，也不是因为这种空洞的承诺。应该说，摆在我面前的选项不是可以如此，而是只能如此。毕竟，谁也说不准我们还剩下多少时间。
到底在讲什么啦？
我也不是很懂。抱歉，突然跟大家讲这些，确实有点莫名其
All
妙。
right, vague posting king.
不过，我
You
看
want
你
to
的子
actually
弹
explain
好
something?
像就没那么意外了。
The Vitas look toward purple and green.
你们2个也和我一样，已经直接接触过莫里亚蒂了，对吧？
的确如你所说，蓝。抱歉，没有立刻告诉大家。在赶到这里会合以前，我和子去了一趟博物馆，在那里遇见了莫里亚蒂本人。听了他说的话，我稍微能够理解一点蓝的想法。我能猜出他为什么会选
No,
择
don't
帮助
you
莫里
start
亚蒂
vague posting too.
但是，
赫斯珀，或者用你们那位朋友的习惯来说，长庚。当我第一次行走于他的废墟之上时，我被深深的震撼了。那一道道沟壑，一排排残垣，竟以一种我无比熟悉，却又从未想象过的方式排列着。黄金分割，宇宙间最具美感的比例，竟然能如此恰如其分地超越时空，重现于辽远的边陲。如果不是这里缺乏足够的稿纸，我真想立刻将这一切细节记录下来。开个玩笑，我无意篡夺你们的发明成果，尽管目前看来，你们好像真的对这一切一无所知。为何会如此呢？我的意思是，难道你们从未注意过，弗洛斯和赫斯珀，再加上更遥远的废墟， 他们呈现出了一种怎样精巧的安排吗？没错，那种如鹦鹉螺一般规律性的排列，就像你最看重的绿一样，绿型的 Vita。如果这一切都来自某位神明，那么他的目的究竟是什么？你们的历史，你们的法则，甚至你们那语焉不详的天灾，这所有的人为排列的背后，究竟有怎样的意义呢？身为城市代理人，你们难道不想、不该知道答案吗？
确实，莫里亚蒂指出了我的软肋。或许真的如他所说，我们对自己的城市还不够了解，对城市代理人的工作还不够尽职。或许他能够给我们带来真正的答案和改变。但是，即使如此，我还是觉得我们迄今为止的努力也拥有自己的价值。正因为一直以来遵守着城市代理人的准则，我们才给大家带来了安定的生活。正因为一直以来遵守着城市代理人的准则，我们的城市才会欣欣向荣，变得越来越好。阿城的吃糖大会，青的摄影集，还有子举办的那些庆典，这些都是我们用自己的规则争取到的建设成果。既然如此，我当然会选择相信一直以来指引我们的准则，按时完成任务，按规定巡逻，按季节举办节日。这些准则为我们带来了太多美好的回忆，而相比之下，莫里亚蒂是一个过去做过许多坏事的恶人，他给我们带来的只有崩坏兽和动乱。那么，无论他所承诺的真相有多么诱人，明天有多么美好，我都不能够相信他。而且，你们也是一样。黄、蓝，不要再做傻事了。
Yeah, like, well, is he the one that brought the Honkai beasts? Or is he just controlling some similar beasts and the Honkai beasts are separate? But like, how does attacking Fuhua help anything here? And yeah, like, what has he shown you that makes you so sure he's helpful?
绿姐姐，对啊，绿姐说的没错。虽然我不像绿姐那样能说出那么多道理，但是我的直觉就是告诉我，莫里亚蒂一定会背叛我们。我相信绿姐，也相信自己。在博物馆里，我们就明确拒绝了莫里亚蒂，而你们两个，现在离开他也不算晚。尤其是你，黄，我已经看出来了，是蓝把你带过去的吧？我不清楚他这样聪明的人为什么会轻信莫里亚蒂，但你肯定早就察觉到异常，看清莫里亚蒂的真面目了吧？我。
Surprisingly, Voracious Vita shook her head.
不是这样的，绿姐姐。其实先决定追随莫里亚蒂的是我。
Wait, actually, I'm not sure. What does voracious mean? Like, truth seeking? I want to say? Oh no, voracious. Isn't that just like hungry? Yeah, a wolf-like craving appetite, wanting or devouring great quantities of food, having a very eager approach to an activity, consumes information or media with intense enthusiasm, high volume, metaphorical greed, yeah, to devour. Well then what? Seems like an odd name for one of the Vitas. Because like the other ones seem to be named for good things, and then we got Voracious Vita, which is not necessarily bad, but not really a Good thing. Well, I mean, breed for knowledge, maybe, but well, Blue Vita is supposed to be the intelligent one, isn't he? Or I don't know. Anyway,
小黄，
I mean, it seems like Yellow is supposed to be able to get a feel for a person better than any of them. The other Vitas bombarded Yellow with a series of questions, but she said nothing in reply, her only response being her increasingly drooping head.
好了，你们也不必强迫黄作答。
I mean, can we not get a single explanation? Like, does she actually feel that Moriarty's worth trusting, or... I mean, well, maybe she can't say something because it's part of the plan to make them distrust Moriarty. Like, what is going on here?
绿，我承认你的演说有一定道理，不过，我也是在用我自己的方式和手段贯彻城市代理人的职责。我不强求大家理解，也不希望大家过度反应。既然我们无法达成共识，不妨就先在此别过吧。再见了，几位。 下次见面的时候，也许我会带上紫的布丁一起赔罪。
Mindful Vita took Voracious Vita by the hand, after which the two of them turned around and walked past the monsters.
等一下，先觉的 Vita， 莫里亚蒂是玩弄人心的高手，作为他曾经的对手，我有资格下这个判断。我无权干涉你们的决定，只是想告诫你。 与这个人相处，既要小心谨慎，又要能当机立断，不可大意，不可犹豫。
我会的，多谢你了，浮华。
喂，你们两个，等一下！别冲动，小红，那些怪物还没走。可是，不要任性，红，现在不是蛮干的时候。
格雷修、小绿，你们先带着大家撤退。 这些怪物还是交给我来处理，
没问题吗？
这个数量问题不大，而且很明显，我们彼此都还在手下留情。果然
That's not good.
只要遭遇这种怪物，我的身体就无法保持稳定。长远来看，必须找到应对方式才行。 解决了，回去和他们会合吧。
浮华姐，你还好吧？浮华姐姐。
不过，如果这类怪物源源不断的出现，那我也不知道自己能支撑到什么时候。要是能知道此刻的我为什么是投影就好了。我们还是尽快返回城里吧，那里现在毫无防备。怎么了，小绿？你们有什么想说的吗？
Green frowned as if trying hard to make up her mind. She walked up to Fu Hua and proclaimed in a solemn tone,
我们想代替黄和蓝向你道歉，浮华。一直以来，你从崩坏兽的手下保护我们和弗洛斯，也就是你口中的启明。对此，我们非常感激。最开始我还犹豫过，是否要答应你加入我们，但是到头来，做出最大贡献的人是你。反倒是我们城市代理人的内部出现了问题。
这是他们自己的选择，想必也有内情，你不必过于自责。
当然，我们也相信黄和蓝，既然他们声称自己依然是城市代理人，就不会做出背离使命的事。谢谢你，浮华姐。
These words of gratitude, gravid with solemn sincerity. We're all the more powerful, having come from the ordinarily aloof green.
不过，虽然小黄和蓝不会随便袭击城市，但那个莫里亚蒂可不好说。而且，他操纵的那些怪物，是不是和崩坏兽还不太一样？
啊，有吗？我还以为那些就是新种类的崩坏兽呢。
小光说的没错，我从未见过像那样的崩坏兽。他们给人的感觉很奇怪。我也很好奇，莫里亚蒂那边为什么能够驱使这种未知的怪物？
福华，你们在禁地里的时候，他们就突然出现了，来源不明。
格雷修，你能凭借能力看出什么吗？
对不起，我还没有看清楚，我只能看到一些没有名字的色彩，就在那些怪物的身体里，没有名字，无法形容，所以不知道它们背后的意义。
是不是就像你看到了陌生的外语？虽然不能理解其中的任何含义，但至少能明确知道，那是一种语言。
差不多。我之前在其他星球也偶尔遇到过这种看不懂的情况。我想，如果能给我一些时间，慢慢理解那些色彩，或许就能分析出它们的本质。
明白了。可是，莫里亚蒂为什么会掌握这种力量？驱动怪物，知晓秘密，拉拢城市代理人。这当中的捷径到底是什么？
While Fuqua and Grisio were racking their brains over Moriarty's ability, the small Vitas were discussing
你们不觉得
stuff
福华大侦探从禁地回来之后就
themselves.
怪怪的吗？有吗？你看，他到现在都没告诉我们，在禁地里到底看到了什么，发生了什么。那是因为一下子发生了太多事吧？等危机解决了，我也想听姐姐讲讲她救出格蕾修姐姐的经过呢。真的？可是我总觉得她像是认为有什么事情不该告诉我们。喂，小紫，你也说点什么呀？对了，你的直觉不是一向最准了吗？快动用一下，看看我说的对不对。小紫，小紫，啊，不好意思，我刚刚走神了。小紫，自从黄鹤兰离开之后，就一直是这副失魂落魄的模样，是在为他们两个担心吗？放心啦，小黄一直都是个运气好的孩子，又有兰那么聪明的人陪着他。兰嘛，你也知道，虽然有时候会有些我行我素，但是关键时刻还是很知道分寸的哦。分寸？啊，对了，就是这个。啊？从刚才开始，我就总觉得哪里怪怪的。为什么兰在那么紧急的时刻要特地和我说话呢？总觉得不像是他的风格呀。
你指的是，他说自己偷吃了你的布丁？
布丁？好耳熟啊！我们是不是在哪里听到过这个词啊？是维塔姐姐。某一次，维塔姐姐在旅行回来之后，给我们带来的那个冰凉凉、滑溜溜的小点心。当时为了留作纪念，我把剩下的布丁收藏在了一个节庆用的仓库里。
Yeah, you mentioned the pudding
但是因为这段时间没有
twice.
节日，所以已经很久没有人去过那里了。
Mentioned stealing the pudding, and then something about next time maybe he'll bring some of Purple's pudding as a peace offering or something. But yeah, we should check where the pudding was.
那兰说他偷吃了布丁，意思就是他有段时间人在那里。该不会他是在暗中向我们透露莫里亚蒂的藏身之处，或者某种秘密？
如果是兰，确实会干出这种事。故意让我们中直觉最好的小紫注意到问题，然后以这种方式传话，还真是兰那家伙的一贯作风呢。那我们赶紧 去那个仓库吧，把那个什么莫里亚蒂揪出来。
The small Vitas immediately told Fu Hua their discovery.
的确，那个仓库有移去的价值。不过，
为了今后能更好的对抗那些新出现的怪物，我需要分析它们身上的色彩。
Mauricio explained her analytical powers to the Vitas.
具体来说，我要先熟悉一下这个世界、这个城市、这里的一切。只有学习了这个世界的色彩，我才有机会读懂在这个世界里诞生的他们。虽然听不太懂是什么意思，总之就是你需要了解一下我们的城市吧。这个你倒是找对了人。说到底，还有谁能比我们几个城市代理人更了解这座城市呢？
既然如此，就兵分两路吧。我去调查莫里亚蒂藏身的仓库，其他人和格蕾修一起行动。你们可以一边巡逻维护城内的秩序，一边帮助格蕾修研究启明的色彩。
你要一个人去那个坏蛋的据点？不行不行，这么刺激危险的事情，哪能让你一个人去？而且你也需要有人带路，这凭地图终究还是不太直观。
这倒是。
所以，阿成、金，你们俩之前一直陪着浮华，这个任务就继续交给你们吧。等等，为什么不派我去？我可是脚程最快的维塔，永远一马当先的一心呀！所以才不能让你去啊。
Green and Orange exchanged a knowing glance.
哎呀，正因为小红永远一马当先，才必须把最重要的任务交给你呀。最重要的任务，你想，莫里亚蒂现在之所以那么猖狂，不就是因为他掌控了那些怪兽吗？如果你能找到这些怪兽的弱点，不就成了击败莫里亚蒂的最大功臣了吗？可是，而且，这不是你自己刚才说的吗？要说对咱们城市的了解，你说第一，就没人敢说第二。这工作可只有你才能胜任呀。说的也是哦。好，我明白了。
Righteous Vita grabbed Gracio's hand, ready to hit the road. 哎呀呀！
那我们赶快出发吧，格雷兄。无论是节日里的文艺汇演，还是平常协调纠纷的麻烦解决中心，我都想好好向你介绍一番呢。好，只是
It's hard to say how much help learning about Qiming's history will do for Gricio tapping into her powers. It's abundantly clear that the monsters have little to do with the city's history. Their origin, essence, and potential weakness seem rather detached from the city itself.
不过，这就是启明，他已经演化出了属于自己的色彩。虽然并非我的本意，但它确确实实成为了方舟计划的果实，也是我们火种的延续。既然如此，认识收录这里的色彩就是我的义务，保护维持这里的色彩就是我的责任。不，这与所谓的义务或责任毫无关系。世界上的所有颜色，大家彼此都有着千丝万缕的联系。
At the tail end of a carpenter's yard is a warmly lit house. Inside, the inhabitants are making coffee. A flock of white doves fly over the red-tiled roof as black smoke rises from the chimney. The large green lawn spreads out on the ground, neatly trimmed, while the gray sky above exudes a sense of tranquility and serenity. It's early morning, so life has still not yet fully awakened from the previous night's slumber. Soaring birds, rising chimney smoke, small figures roaming from afar. These are the elements that comprise my painting, and I hope you like them.
格蕾修那边应该没问题吧？
别担心啦，姐姐，最靠谱的绿 最活跃的红，有他们在，不会出什么大问题。而且还有直觉最好的小紫呢。要论紧急情况下能发挥出多大的潜力，小紫估计是 Vita 里的第2名吧。
第2名，那第1名是？
当然就是江江。
长姐，你这是？
我这是在夸你呢，你就乖乖受着吧。
我
thumbs
哪
up
有？
Fuhua let out a sigh of relief as she saw the two Vitas return to their usual playful selves. Between new monsters appearing out of nowhere, a reawakened criminal mastermind, and the betrayal of 2 close friends, these seemingly wide-eyed city representatives must be under an inconceivable amount of pressure. It was for this reason that Fuhua decided not to reveal her findings in the Forbidden Grounds. The connection between the Ark and the Vita's creation myth, the Sprout in the museum, and Grissio's capturer. She needed to connect the dots somehow.
莫里亚蒂，你到底在盘算着什么呢？如此大张旗鼓的布置舞台，难道真的只是为了报复我吗？
Raven's little finger. Yeah, it feels so weird to see Grissio all grown up. Her own person. Whereas before she was just a blank slate. But it's good. I like it.
就是这边了，浮华姐，这里就是小紫的仓库。
看起来很久都没有使用了。
毕竟是仓库，当然要选择阴凉安静的地方啊。总是人来人往，也不利于保管嘛。
哦，我不是指这一点。按之前的说法，你们不是每年都有很多节日和活动吗？既然经常举办庆典，为什么仓库会长期闲置？
为什么？也没有为什么呀。虽然每年都会举办很多节日，但节日之间的间隔还是很长嘛。
The reply sounded oddly vague, but the frequency of festivals was the least of her worries at the moment.
总之，你们先保持距离，由我探路。莫里亚蒂去向不明，他也可能就在里面。
The door opened from the inside before Fu Hua could make a move. A figure leaped out of the building. No, not one, but 3 figures.
老大，是老大回来了吗？老大，你终于回来了！
The heck?
喂，皮特，你看清楚点儿，那不是老大。老大他们的衣领是黄色和蓝色的，这2个是橙色和青色。
Oh?
而且中间领头的也不对，虽然他们穿的衣服有点像，但老大是跟我们年纪差不多的男生，才不是这个大姐姐呢。
真是的，我都说了叫你们2个不要急着开门了嘛。
是皮特，都是皮特说什么躲在里面太黑了太可怕了，急着想出来和老大会合。
可是弗雷德，刚才你不是跑在我前面吗？
我不是。
3 children appeared out of nowhere and promptly began to bicker with one another, leaving Fu Hua at a loss.
弗雷德、皮特、艾拉，你们3个淘气鬼怎么会在这里？
旭姐，不对，你这个陌生人，这里是我们的基地，你可无权进来。
基地？
对，这是我们少年坏蛋团的基地。只有得到老大承认的成员，才能享有在这里驻扎的权利。其余人等一概不得干涉。哦，艾拉，你干嘛呀？
好啦，弗雷德，就算我们是坏蛋团，也不能对维塔姐姐那么粗暴。
为什么？既然当了坏蛋，当然要和管理城市的维塔作对。
那只是最低级的坏蛋吧？高级的坏蛋不是应该和正义的伙伴称兄道弟，暗中渗透他们吗？ 就像先觉哥哥和本相姐姐那样。
是这样吗？突然觉得艾拉好可怕。
所以，差不多该解释一下了吧？你们这到底是……既然被发现了，也就只好承认了。就像弗雷德说的那样，这里是我们老大的秘密基地，在老大外出期间，我们替他看守这里。
我是这里的一把手，因为我是前天加入的，比皮特和艾拉都早。
我是二把手，被弗雷德拉过来的。
第3个加入的是艾拉，在那之后是本相姐姐和先觉哥哥，他们2个因为能力太强，所以位置在我之上。但这也没什么大不了的，总有一天我能超越他们。
你们刚才说坏蛋团，难道你们做了什么坏事吗？
那当然了，我们可跟着老大做了不少坏事。
喂，
哦对，这可不能告诉你们，要是让飞他们知道了，肯定会告诉我们的家长。总之，既然你们不是老大的人，就别想进这个门。
我能问一个关于你们老大的问题吗？他的名字是不是叫莫里亚蒂？
你怎么会知道？明明在整个弗洛斯里，从来没有其他人见过老大。等一下，仔细想想，我好像也没有见过你。还有这身打扮，该不会你是老大的姐姐？那这该怎么称呼啊？
没想到这个莫里亚蒂还会在暗地里吸收我们城里的孩子当部下，
大概是利用了他的长相吧。第一次看到他的时候，我也没想到他居然会是犯罪组织的头目。
真是太狡猾了。我说你们几个，平时淘气淘气也就算了，听信那种恶徒的花言巧语可不行。当坏蛋可没有那么炫酷刺激。先不谈可能会对城市造成的破坏，也许你们真的会遭遇危险啊。可是老大从来没有让我们去做危险的事情，他还给我们好吃的。
哼，那是因为你的级别还不够高而已。老大说了，只有他和本相姐姐、先觉哥哥那种高级骨干成员才能参与高规格的任务。
啊，弗雷德，你不也是低级成员吗？放心吧，元旭姐姐，我们没有做真正危险的事情，只是给老大跑跑腿而已。今天早上异变发生的时候，他还叮嘱我们不要到外面去，留在基地里好好看家呢。那个莫里亚蒂，他说了这种话。
不管莫里亚蒂有什么算盘，我们现在都必须进入基地，才能进一步接近他的计划和意图。你们真的不能让我们进去吗？
不行，老大说了，如果有人硬闯，我们就用紧急联络手段通知他。就算你是老大的姐姐，没有老大的命令，我们也不能。艾拉，你又干嘛？
弗雷德，你忘了先觉哥哥给我们留下的命令了吗？在特殊情况下，只要线人能交出信物，也可将其视为组织成员，允许其进入基地。不是这样说的吗？
对啊，好像是有这样的说法。
可是这几个看上去也不像线人吧？啊，好了，别又打我，我知道了啦，那就让他们试试看嘛。
只要线人能交出信物，
最昂贵的财宝，最宝贵的知识，最珍贵的礼物，只要你们能交出这3件信物，我们就同意让你们进入基地哦。
Uhua took out her pocket watch to check the time. It had been 15 minutes since they split up with Grisio.
还是先和他们沟通看看吧，实在不行再硬闯不迟。
Red.
我负责的是最珍贵的礼物。好，事先说好，我可没有那么好说话。如果不是真正非常珍贵的礼物，我可是不会让步的。
珍贵的礼物呀，不过我也没有随时送礼的习惯。
说起来，谈到礼物，不就是程姐，就是程姐的那个？
那个？你在说什么呀？
程姐最喜欢的那个，对吧，浮华姐？
The orange is the one with candy, right?
你说，小程随身带着的那个？
你们到底在说？哦，
Encompassing Vita blushed as she realized what they meant.
对哦，你们都已经知道了。
Yeah, candy.
真是的，我也没有那么喜欢吃糖。不过，最珍贵的礼物嘛，确实，它对我来说……
喂，你们到底在交头接耳些什么？快把礼物交给我了！
给。怎么了？不吃吗？
你们别太把我当小孩子了。就这些糖果吗？这些就是最珍贵的礼物吗？
你不吃的话，那我就收回来了。
Encompassing Vita tried to pull her hand back, but before she was able to do so, Fred had already snatched the candies.
你也不是不行。没想到我们的玉絮姐居然把糖果当成最珍贵的礼物啊！要是把这件事传出去，哦，
好啦，人家的礼物你也收下来，差不多该让开路了。
艾拉，你到底是哪边的嘛？
Fred walked away to enjoy the candy, grumbling to himself. Yeah.
我想想，我负责的信物是什么来着？啊，对了，最昂贵的财宝。那个，只要你们能把它交给我，我就让你们进去。
昂贵的财宝啊！其实我并不是很清楚这里的标准。什么样的东西算是昂贵的财宝呢？
就是亮晶晶、闪闪发光的那种。其实我也没亲眼见过。
说到亮晶晶，
Fuqua reached into her pocket. She recalled how she rummaged through the destroyed cabin at the beginning of her journey in the Ark. Apart from several gifts from old friends, all that search had turned up were some metal fragments of the broken cabin. At the time, she wasn't sure why she had felt compelled to place the fragments in her pocket. Perhaps she had wanted a keepsake before continuing with her investigation. Or had she been reminded of the meteor shard in the museum and intended to confirm if there was any connection? At any rate, this fragment was indeed part of the meteor which had played a role in creating this world. The only problem was it looked no different from an ordinary metal shard, making it a far cry from what one would traditionally consider treasure.
啊，对，就是这种，这样的就可以了。
啊，这就是最昂贵的财宝，但它看起来只是一块……
没关系，这样就行了。
Pete put the fragment in his pocket and stepped aside.
其实，如果不是弗雷德硬拉住我，我也不想扮演什么大坏蛋呢。几位哥哥姐姐，我知道你们是好人，就让你们进去吧。这样一来，我扮演的就不是坏蛋，而是坏蛋团里的卧底了。
卧底？
没想到你们的扮演游戏角色还挺丰富嘛。
这样也好，谢谢你了，皮特。
All right. And the one who seems to be running the show, Ella.
我负责的信物是最宝贵的知识，来吧，把它交到我手上，我就让你们进去哦。知识？具体是什么类型的呢？书本吗？那可不行，城里有的书本，先觉哥哥早就都读过一遍了。想要过我这关，得拿出更新潮的东西才行。比方说，关于赫斯珀的一手资料啦，关于禁地的影像文件啦。禁地？艾拉，你怎么会知道的这么多？当然 是先觉哥哥告诉我们的啦。他还说过，他现在最想要的就是禁地附近的照片呢。
那我手里确实有他想要的资料。
Erudite Vita calmly opened his camera, unspooled the film, and handed it to Ella.
这个智能免洗胶卷记录了今天我们在禁地周围的一切见闻。我想，这应该能称得上最宝贵的知识。
小光，这不是你最重视的胶卷吗？
对呀，就这么随便的给出去，真的好吗？
要说重视，确实，每一份胶卷对我来说都非常重要，所以也只有它符合最宝贵的知识这个条件。而且，胶卷里最重要的不只是知识，还有回忆。在程姐和浮华姐的陪伴下，这一路我已经创造了很多难忘的回忆。所以，为了我们能更进一步，交出一份胶卷也是值得的。我是这样想的。
小光，好，那我就收下啦。最宝贵的知识。
这样一来，我们就能进你们的基地了。
当然，我们肯定说话算话，是吧，弗雷德、皮特？
They've got stamps.
说话算话。姐姐们请进吧。
你们不跟着进来吗？
这个，我们还得替他交换风呀。要是老大突然回来了，我就立刻回屋报信。
啊？但你们之前不是说，只要交出信物，仙爵就会同意我们进入基地？
是呀，不过仙爵哥哥还说过，让线人进入基地时，需尽量向莫里亚蒂保密，而且要留心承载愿望的图纸。蓝，他，
我们先进去吧。看来，这片区域就是莫里亚蒂的基地。
和我们上一次来的时候是不是差不多
Sort of wonder if this is a dig at this map area. This one's been reused a few times.
好像还是多了一些东西。
趁莫里亚蒂还没有回来，赶紧搜索一下吧。
Alright, investigate the base.
这是
Some pieces of paper were scattered on the ground. The kids must have gotten bored and knocked a notebook off of one of the tables while horsing around. The handwriting somehow seemed both foreign and familiar. Oops. It appeared strange, because despite their many clashes, Fuhua was still unable to discern her enemy's real handwriting, as it had been carefully masked with the various forensic countermeasures. The familiar English-style font and flow, however, transported her back to that remote age.
这是
Oh? New archive unlocked? Okay. What's with the crossed out 22? 6 hours have passed. Unlike when I first left that transparent coffin, I'm now familiar with this brand new body and able to command it. To be honest, it did come with many convenient abilities, leaving me amazed at how the times have changed. Nevertheless, out of my habit, I found some ink to pen my precious thoughts. A virtual body made of data. Even if it's invulnerable to swords and guns, it's still much too fragile in my eyes. The only things that can reassure me are those immortal, above data written proofs, above proofs unfading arts. I retook the second step. It is now my time to take the third. Where should I start? My soulium body of the past was utterly destroyed by a certain self-righteous quack detective. Yes, by her fists. At that moment. This brings me to the questions, Who preserved the me of that moment and exhibited me as a museum piece in this unknown land? What was the turn of events that freed this inanimate but thoughtful display overnight? For the latter, I have a superficial guess. The guy who added me to his collection might have lost his right to imprison me due to a hiccup such as a tripped breaker. As for the answer to the former, I need more patience to go on a quest. Okay. It must be Sa or Vita. But why was he brought back? Well, they preserved the hymn of that moment. Maybe he was like copied and was he stored as a data form? It says got a brand new body. Oh, 1 minute. All right, I'm back. Yeah, a virtual body made of data. He's got a virtual body made of data, so I guess they copied him at the moment of death? And then maybe he was like put into stasis or something inside that case? So then a hiccup, such as a tripped breaker. I don't know if maybe that was due to probably Vita, Big Vita, sending Fu Hua here? Fu Hua is also like in a data form or something. A real body isn't here.
果然是莫里亚蒂的日记。
All right, number 2. Again, the crossed out 22. The second day after I awakened has come. The quotation marks are necessary because at one moment too marvelous for words, I made some astronomical discoveries. For a few seconds, I wondered how someone else who made the same discoveries would have reacted. Would they have been ecstatic over a major scientific discovery, or would they have wailed at the grim exile imposed on them? But it matters not. I was at peace with the discovery. If the other me who survived the fall down the waterfall was observing this place, he would have been rather bored. Huh? Okay. The body that exists in the form of data, or projection, has provided me with a great deal of convenience, and therefore I'd like to apologize for my earlier belittlement of it. I wandered through the city with great ease, familiarizing myself with its organizational structure, technological development, and cultural traditions. I still know little about its history, but that's not my problem. When an unsolvable puzzle comes into my view, the first thing I consider is whether the puzzle itself is wrong. The history of this world, in my opinion, is one such. I will put the historical puzzle aside for a moment to look at the geographical puzzle. Of course, these two often go hand in hand. After a thorough survey, there is only one area that I have yet to venture into. The people here seem to call it a forbidden ground. Could the answer I'm looking for lie within it? Since there's still one cog missing from the machine, I have no reason to let it go. It was only when the infiltration plan was put into action that I realized one crucial point. The Forbidden Ground is not a gimmick for fooling the ignorant masses. Oh? Number 3. As far as the physical results are concerned, yes, my body cannot enter the Forbidden Ground. At first I thought this stemmed from the limitations of the data body, so I conducted a series of experiments. First inorganic matters, then organisms, insects, small animals, and finally 3 juvenile residents willing to run errands for me. The results were disappointing. By taking a cursory exhaustive approach, I proved that the Forbidden Ground was indeed impregnable. No, that's not right. It cannot be described as exhaustive unless I have tried that unique option. I took a great risk and appeared before 2 city representatives. One of them was the most virtuous of character, and the other was the most sophisticated of mind. In other words, they both exposed their greatest weaknesses overtly. They finally agreed to cooperate with me moderately, but did not take my side. But no matter, I believe this issue will be solved by time. As a sign of good faith, I promised Voracious Vita to pacify the animals that I had startled. With the help of Mindful Vita, we created a small toy that could generate projections to guide those animals that had fled their habitat back home. Of course, this small toy simultaneously proved that the mechanical constructs here are also unable to break into the Forbidden Ground. This is all too boring. I mean it. It's forcing me to do silly, cute things like a real child. However, when I consider the fact that this will greatly lower those two's guard against me and allow me to steal some useful knowledge in the process, I begin to find it worthwhile. But I must concede that when they ultimately proved to me that even city representatives weren't authorized to enter the Forbidden Ground either, I felt quite depressed. For a moment, I felt like I was a clown in the world. Alright. But wait, there's more. Number 4. What happened this day was thrilling. I felt my body, though it has long ceased to exist, embraced by an unprecedented sensation. For this reason, I've gone out of my way to write in my diary before this long day is over. Yes, I am certain that this day will be incredibly long. At this moment, what pains me the most is that I must write down the changes that occurred today chronologically. This is the bottom line, otherwise my writing will lack basic logic, which is a fault I'd never want to see in the future. 2 things happened in all. The first was that marvelous cataclysm. Of course, I knew a little more about it than the city representatives. After all, I do possess knowledge of Honkai, and as a result, those 2 Vitas believed I could help them and find a way to end the cataclysm. They've finally thrown themselves at my feet. Okay. So, Moriarty was here before Fuhua. Interesting. Hmm. And yeah, and the Honkai started after he got here, not simultaneously after. Hmm. Alright. As for the second thing, it was wonderful, horrible, and truly unforgettable. When I saw that face again, what was the first thought that came to my mind? Surprise, naturally. No one would have thought that I'd meet a fellow country person on this distant planet. Fear, justifiably so, knowing that my predecessor, the former vessel of this spirit, was by her hand. No, there was another emotion that far surpassed them both. Yes, it was joy. A joy based on reason. For the last few days, my exploration of this new world has always been hindered by problems concerning the Forbidden Ground. By trial and error, I can almost prove that the Forbidden Ground is a space that cannot be stepped into. When I was at an impasse, however, a variable presented herself to me. She was brand new, pure, extraordinarily powerful, and I know her inside out. If I lead her to the Forbidden Ground and use her to open that tempting door for me, I will make discoveries and gains like never before. Yes, this is enough. As for the rest of my personal feelings, I can leave them aside for now. Now, to facilitate this fascinating plan, I will head over to the audience seats tailored for me and enjoy this one-sided, long-awaited reunion. Well, from the notebooks, I mean, I don't know if this Moriarty is supposed to be the same as the old one. It sort of seems like they're drawing a line between them. And this one doesn't necessarily seem bad. Simply antagonistic, I guess. For whatever reason, he needs to stand on the opposite side. I guess maybe to push Fu Hua forward. I don't know what to make of him so far. Fu Hua took some time to piece together the diary and read through it carefully.
怎么样，姐姐？有什么发现吗？
有不少发现。首先，我们能够从莫里亚蒂的角度确认他的真实身份。他和那个在莱辛巴赫瀑布与我对决，最终命丧谷底的莫里亚蒂
he might not be the same.
可能不是同一个体。最可能的情况或许是，在真正的莫里亚蒂死前，有人将他的意识和形体备份了下来，令他如今以数据投影的形式存在于这里。也就是说，他的存在方式和此刻的我，在本质上更为接近。只是我能进入禁地，但他不能。
哇！
为什么会出现这种现象？那个将他的意识备份进博物馆的人，也就是 V 他们的姐姐，又是什么人呢？没什么。总结来说，和我们为敌的这个莫里亚蒂，这些天一直在试图潜入禁地。他收买这里的孩子们，利用小黄和小蓝，也都是为了达成这个目的。只是，他最初为何一定要潜入禁地，又发现了何种世界的真相？这上面并没有记录。不过，通过这些日记来看，莫里亚蒂并不以报复我为目的，他有一些更宏大的计划。操纵怪物袭击我们，大概只是一种幌子。
该不会……
小光，你想说什么？
Erudite Vita pulled the other to his side and pointed at a slip of paper on the table.
其实，富华姐，刚刚在你看日记的时候，我也在房间里搜索了一番，然后就发现了这个。
这是地图吗？
啊，难道是兰特意嘱咐的承载愿望的图纸？
The paper Cyan found contains symbols indicating various architectural structures. The overall layout bore a clear resemblance to Qiming's neighborhoods. Someone had marked out several regions with blue circles.
这些区域，如果我没记错，这应该是我们之前举办庆典时使用过的路线图。
啊，对啊，小光，这你都能记得住啊？
也就是碰巧记住了。
可是，莫里亚蒂要用庆典的地图做什么呢？
不知道，但从结果上来说，他在全方位地把控整个城市，从历史到文化，到我们这些城市代理人，我担心。
Erudite Vita nervously gulped before uttering his concerns with some trepidation.
他会不会想统治这个世界？
Huh? I don't know. I sort of doubt it. I mean, he seems to want a more stable body, although he does appreciate the data body. I would imagine he wants to find out the truth of this world.
好了好了，知道了。打不开就给我接着想办法。我也没指望你们立刻就把它拆下来。啊，真是寂寞。居然要和这些连人类的语言都发不出的野兽为伍。
既然你这么想，为什么不多和我们聊聊天呢？
是呀，你要是觉得一个人太孤单，随时可以来找我们。
聊天吗？那还真是多谢二位的好意了。只是，野兽之所以能够放心地过上群居生活，不过是因为他们并没有人类那样的智慧与谋划。像二位这样聪明的代理人，可没有办法让我掉以轻心呐。
怎么会？莫里亚蒂，你不信任我们两个吗？我们可没有帮着
Well,
你干坏
maybe
事
you
啊。
haven't, but Blue has.
别担心，黄。这家伙只是在找机会满足自己的表演型人格，并不是真的想针对你我。
请原谅。对于一个经历过长期逃亡生活的可怜人，你们应该能稍微宽容一点，允许他放纵自己那被压抑的天性吧。
原来是这样呀，那就好。
说正事吧，你要我们做的事情，我们已经办完了。
办完了，是吗？可是我并没有看见那位大侦探，也没有看见他的那位老朋友。我记得我交给你们的任务是把他们抓过来。啊，难道你把他们藏起来了？打算等我过生日那天，给我一个惊喜？
I mean, was this before or after they had that run-in back there? 'Cause I mean, you could have just appeared in front of them. They were there. They had just left the Forbidden Zone. Or is he trying to find them because he can't enter the Forbidden Zone after it's been unlocked? So he needs them again.
啊，我们确实尝试过把他们抓过来，但你手下的这些野兽动作没有你想象中那么敏捷，而且你也没有把他们的控制权完整的交给我们，不是吗？
确实，你可真是个机灵鬼，让我想起了我还在当犯罪组织首脑的那段时光。当时的二把手就一直在试图诱骗我放权给他，好让他能够反客为主。没关系，我不会责怪你。我相信你们确实尽力了，毕竟那位大侦探实力超群。即使你们已经帮我确认了，他现在也只是以投影的形式存在。我们此刻没能抓到他，这并不丢人，也不足以说明我们的野兽就真的欠缺战斗力。事实上，我非常相信他们的潜力，因为他们是大自然法则的一部分。
大自然的法则？
你们知道吗？在我的世界那边，古代的哲学家们把组成世界的基本元素分为水、火、土和气。一滴水， 一簇火苗、一抔土或者一丝空气。单独而言，他们都是如此的弱小，如此的不堪一击。但你就是无法消灭他们。你不能消灭组成世界的基本元素，因为那是在与整个世界为敌。
You know what? I am curious though why the Honkai is here. Because as far as I understand, this solar system's Honkai should be coming from the cocoon, but now the cocoon is under control. Again, from my understanding, I don't know, I could be wrong. So, like, why is Honkai appearing way out here on Venus? Was this... Wait, was it confirmed to be Venus, or did I just make the guess that it was Venus? Forget. I think I just guessed it was Venus, because Vita's Venusian. But anyway, either way, it should be in the same solar system. Oh yeah, they said, wasn't it the second or the fourth planet or something like that? Wait, which one is Venus? I can't remember the solar system. It's been so long, so long since I looked at a model solar system. But anyway, yeah, it should be in the same solar system. There was that abyss thing that they supposedly sealed, but is that a separate force from the cocoon? Many questions.
今天，在大侦探进入禁地之后，这些怪物就出现了，没有任何人力的迹象，也和你们这些 Vita 所遵守的律法并无交集。这意味着什么？他们是编写这个世界基本法则的人所留下的一道保险，甚至，他们竟与过去囚禁我的那种力量同根同源。
Arrive from the same source as the power which has held me captive. Well, that should be either Sa or Vita. Or, well, all that power came from Sa. So... I mean, assuming this is like Sa's little garden, why would the Honkai come from that? Or from her, it, whatever. I mean, Sa's whole thing is that they're gaining power to fight the Honkai.
多亏了两位的帮助，我们在第一时间从遗迹中取走了保险的中枢，将这些野兽纳入自己麾下，也离大家最关心的真相又迈进了一步。
或许吧。我只希望当你真正揭开真相的时候，能稍微控制一下自己的论述篇幅。
虽然不太明白，总之这些怪物很强，对吧？可是，莫里亚蒂，你让他们在禁地前面敲敲打打的，又是想干什么呢？
没什么特别的，我想试试看，他们能不能把那扇挡住我们进入禁地的门拆掉。虽然大侦探进入了禁地，给了我们这些意外收获，但本质上来说。 我还是没能进入禁地一探究竟。
你不会是在嫉妒他吧
Moriarty shook his head without answering.
很可惜，这里的入口实在太结实。不过，我至少发现，和那位大侦探一样， 这些野兽并没有受到门禁的限制，所以至少我们能派遣他们进入禁地，代替我们探索，再把发现的东西带出来。现在我也在同时做这件事。
那你应该已经有所发现了。
当然，我们的禁地，或者用它本来的名字——方舟，足以构成一个自给自足的小型生态圈，只要我们把它修好即可。如此一来，它将成为一处绝佳的庇护所，比我们在城里那个临时基地更是先进100倍。
我不知道你有几成是认真的。你该不会想说，你费尽周折，只是为了要得到一个属于自己的小窝吧？
倒也没错。在这与弗洛斯相对的赫斯珀，我会再次建立起属于我的犯罪帝国。不管是你们那3个小鬼，还是其他任何愿意效忠于我的人，都有权踏入这片土地。不过大侦探除外，我可能会把他踹下那座桥。
你说的是真的吗？我在想，如果你想要的真的只是一个容身之所，那么等你建设起赫斯珀之后，可以和弗洛斯的我们友好相处吗？
A long moment passed before Moriarty said anything. It was the first time in the entire day that he had fallen silent.
本相的维塔，你的提问很有意思。在作答之前，我也想问问你，当初你为何会第一个下定决心，选择追随我这样一个恶人呢？
我吗？让我想想。首先，是因为你说能够为我们揭开这个世界的真相，预防即将到来的灾祸。我是城市代理人的一员，不希望灾祸真的降临，所以如果能找到真相，消灭灾祸，我当然愿意听从你的要求。另外，到目前为止，你也没有做过什么真正意义上的坏事，对吧？我们都知道，崩坏兽的灾害与你无关，对福华大姐姐，你也没有刻意下手伤害。不只是我和兰，你对弗雷德、皮特他们也都很好。有时候我也在想，当初你一个人被关在展览柜里那么久，是不是有些太寂寞了？所以重获自由之后，才会加倍珍惜我们这些手下。总之，既然你还没有做过真正的坏事，那么我也不介意暂时跟着你。最后，当然也是最重要的一点，兰也说了，我们可以跟着你。我虽然没有兰那么聪明，但我相信着他，他的想法总是对的。所以，既然兰说了可以，我就觉得没有问题。
原来是这样啊！谢谢你，本相的维塔。我感谢你的诚实，感谢你对我的信任。在我看来，这一切都值得嘉奖。是的，出于回报，我决定。
哦，
提前执行计划的下一步。
Oh, mindful Vita suddenly widened his eyes. Everything happened in a split second. It must have been the first time in his life that Blue acted impulsively. There was no time for any kind of premeditation. Acting on gut instinct, he yelled out. Ooh. He took one step forward, but the surrounding beasts quickly closed in. Minutes ago, they'd been heeding his orders, but now they were radiating a palpable and savage hostility.
我劝你还是不要轻举妄动哦。他们的中枢此刻在我手里，而且，要是你也有个三长两短，还有谁能够主持局面呢？你现在要冷静下来，冷静，然后思考，思考，疯狂思考，就像你平时一直在做的那样。
Moriarty's smug tone made mindful Vita want to disobey, but what he said made sense.
你什么时候下定了决心？
你指哪件事？下定决心抛弃你们，还是下定决心攻击刚才的那位？不过这两个答案倒也没什么区别。反正你也从未相信我刚才的那些幼稚发言。孤独的莫利亚蒂想建立他的犯罪王国，这种骗小孩子一样的说法，当然只能骗到本相的维塔，但这就足够了。
A sinking feeling began to form in the pit of mindful Vita's stomach.
别露出这种表情嘛，我们不是彼此。怎么，你难道不是这样想吗？你把信息泄露给那个大侦探的时候，难道不认为我对这一切心知肚明？无妨，无论你是否想到了这一步，我都配合了你。毕竟对我来说，让自己被骗也有足够的好处。比如说，多亏了你，我对大侦探的位置已经了如指掌。
你打算在基地里设伏？
怎么，这不是很正常吗？思考，思考，疯狂的思考，结果当然是尔虞我诈才对呀。
告诉我，你到底想要什么？你一开始就拿到了中枢，早就取得了这些怪物的控制权。要袭击我们，你有太多的机会，没有必要放任我们回到这里。在恶趣味的突然发动攻击，而且你完全可以一次性解决我们两个，没必要先在我的面前攻击黄。对我来说，黄就是你的人质，你想把我逼入绝路，再向我索取一个你需要的东西，一个你用蛮力无法夺取的东西。我说的没错吧？
先觉的维塔，你真的想得到我的回答吗？好吧。告诉你也无妨，虽然在我看来，自己从头到尾都在讲着重言式，逻辑学里无用的废话。事情会变成这样的唯一原因，只是因为你算错了。
算错？你说？
你觉得我早就得到了怪物的控制权，所以没必要现在突然出手袭击。但如果我就是在等你彻底松懈呢？你觉得我没必要特意在你面前攻击本相？但如果我就是想这么做呢？听到我和本相的维塔畅聊那些幼稚构想的时候，你一定非常放心吧？因为你听出了我正在欺骗他，因为我还在欺骗他，所以你认为我还需要他。一直以来，你都在暗中保护他，你比他更清楚和我合作的危险性，所以你总是想确保他处在一个比你自己更加安全的位置。我说错了吗？可惜，你算错了。我在欺骗他，不代表我还需要利用他。就像我现在留着你，也不是因为我还需要利用你。这一切都与你们本身无关。重视计算本是一件好事，先觉的维塔。只可惜，在弗洛斯这样的乌托邦里，你没有见识过真正的恶人，也因此漏算了太多对你来说匪夷所思的可能。
Moriarty took one step closer as the beasts raised their weapons.
真正的恶人，并不会过多依赖算计。要知道，一般而言，暴力远比智力方便得多。 而我把你逼到绝路，也只是因为我想这样做。啊，一下子就变得这么安静，还有点不习惯呢。这下陪伴我的又只有你们了。
Moriarty glanced at his slaves surrounding him. There was not the slightest trace of disappointment in his expression, but neither was there any joy.
不过无所谓了，反正这也不会持续太久。将来他们又会再一次醒来，这算是野兽们的本职工作。对，也像你一直以来做的那样。不知道下一次你再度归来的时候，会见到什么样的本相和先觉呢？唉，不过变成什么样都和你没关系了，瞎操心也没用啊。毕竟，在拥有了城市代理人的权限和禁地的启动器之后，这个世界的一半已经在我的控制之下了。还是赶紧继续吧，让我们看看这场哈姆雷特究竟能演到他的第几幕。
I don't know, it sounds like they're not dead. Sounds like he just knocked them out. That or he did kill them, but they'll be resurrected for some reason? I mean, something due to Saw's power or whatever? I don't know. I still can't tell if he's genuinely being a villain, or if, like Otto, he's doing some kind of villainous deeds for good reason. Or, well, at least good reason to himself. Yeah, it's hard to tell at this point. Alright. Qiming, having just emerged from a recent spate of invasions, was once again under attack. Under the criminal mastermind's order, the mysterious beasts launched yet another attack on the city.
跟雷修姐姐往前，往这边跑。前面有我和绿姐设置过的路障。
And who is he talking to? Ah! Help! The hunt begins. Oh! Help!
怪兽，怎么这里还有？
Look, I'm running as fast as I can.
啊，他们好像自己打起来了。
Oh? Oh, the Honkai beasts and the beasts controlled by Moriarty. The team of 4 found a temporary safe zone and listened to the howls of the Honkai beasts die down from afar.
好险，差一点就被追上了。不知道为什么，最后关头，两种怪物突然自相残杀了起来。自相残杀，这样说也不准确吧？第一种怪物是今天早上开始出现的崩坏兽。根据福华的调查结论，它们和禁地没有关系，而且大概和莫里亚蒂也没有关系。而第二种怪物是黄、蓝和莫里亚蒂他们驱使的怪物，原本就不属于同一个阵营。小绿，难不成你想说，是莫里亚蒂操控的那些怪物在帮我们打崩坏兽？这……仔细想来，他们确实没有破坏房屋或者攻击居民。喂，那可是大坏蛋莫里亚蒂呀！他真能安什么好心帮我们打崩坏兽？莫里亚蒂是玩弄人心的高手。浮华姐姐这样说过，我相信浮华姐姐，所以即使莫里亚蒂做出再多似是而非的举动，我也不会轻易对他放下戒备。
Well, I mean, Honkai is an enemy to Moriarty as well, so... even if he's not necessarily trying to help them, makes sense that he'd fight the Honkai, I guess. Well, and especially since he still needs Grisio and Fu Hua to open that door.
虽然还没有仔细观察过它，但我总觉得它的色彩不会很好看。
就是，格雷修说的对。
不管怎么说，现阶段还是谨慎为上。即使莫利亚蒂的怪物没有展露出攻击性，我们也不要随便接近他们。最好能像早上还没做完的那样，补全路障，防止他们源源不断的进城。
Disciplined Vita explained to Grisio how they used to set up roadblocks.
既然如此，各位，就让我去仓库取材料吧。
啊？为什么不是我？
因为我比你更擅长和那些怪物打交道。我不仅仅是浮华的朋友，更是他的战友。
Grisio's sudden burst of determination left everyone speechless, even the typically loquacious Red.
不过，格雷修，你不知道前往仓库的路线，也不知道智能砖如何存取。哦，你应该还没有开启仓库的权限，还是得有维塔跟着你才行。
那就让我去吧。
绿姐，你能够统筹规划，红的手脚快，你们应该先去勘察地形，做布置路障的准备。至于我最擅长的就是跑腿啦。好，那就这么决定了。我们走吧，小紫。
Still. I don't know, can I just... Nope, can't do that, okay. Okay, so those guys... Yeah, they're gonna go that way. Hmm.
总算安全到了。有惊无险。是啊，还好有格蕾修姐姐带路。应该是你给我带路才对。也对啊。明明是带路的，结果还差点拖了格蕾修姐姐的后腿，真是难看。没关系，你选择的可是最危险的任务。我们还是抓紧去找他们需要的智能砖吧。
Move the smart bricks. I don't know what exactly a smart brick is, because I can't see it, but apparently I'm moving it.
不知道这些够不够用。
As they removed the bricks, Grisio thought that she saw something revealed on the ground.
格蕾修姐姐，怎么了？地上。这么一说，确实自从走进仓库开始，就感觉周围有点怪怪的。可是，这块地上看起来什么也没有呀。
Harmonious Vita bowed down, eyes squinting. She was nearly kissing the floor.
好像是有几道划痕。格蕾修姐姐，这怎么了吗？这不是普通的划痕，在划痕上还覆盖着某种色彩。小紫，我应该和你们解释过，我拥有看到色彩的能力。那并不只是说我擅长分辨普通的颜色，异常的事物留下的气息，神秘的事物隐藏的本质，我都能够以色彩的形式加以研究。可是，如果随时随地都去看所有的色彩，那正常的生活也会被严重扰乱。所以从很久以前， 我就学会了分辨，只在我自己需要的时候，观察那些需要观察的色彩。
需要观察的色彩，
那岂不是说，我正在追查莫里亚蒂和他的那些怪物，而现在与此有关的色彩出现在了这些划痕上，这至少说明那些怪物已经来过了仓库。这些划痕或许就是他们搬运东西时留下来的。
可是我们一直都没看见他们呀。
那就说明这可能是个陷阱。你瞧，他们知道自己会留下气息或者色彩，所以还特意将智能砖盖在上面掩饰。
A sinister vibe loomed over the silent warehouse.
怪不得刚才开始就有不好的预感。这么说，我们上当了。
我的体力已经恢复了一部分，现在应当能与那些怪物一战。只是我不能让小紫受伤，还要带着材料一起回去。不要慌张，小紫，你冷静听我说。接下来我们要安静快速地寻找一条撤离的路线。
但如果那些怪物想埋伏我们，出口也可能已经……
没事，跟我来。别忘了，我能看见他们留下的色彩。
Perceive colors. Find the exit based on the pattern of colors. Okay. Well, this one has no color.
格蕾修姐姐，这边好像是死路啊！难道所有的出口都已经被他们封锁了吗？
不，冷静一点，小紫。如果莫里亚蒂已经了解了我的能力，他有可能反过来利用这一点虚张声势。我们在这里稍等一会儿，让色彩随着时间分出深浅，到时候我们就知道敌人藏在什么地方了。
那样，我们就能逃掉。
不只是逃掉而已。如果知道了他们确切的埋伏地点，我们就可以出其不意，发起反击。
Crisio started exploring the room as she consoled Purple.
唯独这间房间里没有怪物的痕迹。如果我们能找到背后的原因。
Her gaze swept over every inch of the room. The colors of metals, dust, plastic film, light, disinfectant, wind, water drops frozen on pipes, and radio waves swirled before her. Suddenly, she found a seemingly insignificant patch of color hidden in a corner. Investigate the room.
虽然是启明城里没有的色彩，但我应该在哪里见过。
Crisio knelt down carefully and brushed away the dust gathered in the corner, revealing the fragment of a pattern. It all made sense to her now. A fragment was all it took to make the memory come rushing back. That pattern...
这是我自己的涂鸦，可我记得我是画在方舟的墙上。难道这里是？
A sudden attack of drowsiness was the answer to her question.
糟了，
格蕾修姐姐，你没事吧？格蕾修姐姐，
The heck?
这是方舟的技术？为什么？
那当然是因为我照搬了一切，这也不能怪我。对付你这样特殊的存在，只能用特殊的手
Darn it,
段
Otto,
才
I mean
行。
Moriarty.
莫里亚蒂，
这么说吧，
你们的科技实在太过高深莫测，即使是我，也没办法在1天之内复刻出那神奇的休眠技术。所以，我就只好物尽其用了。好好睁开眼看看吧，虽然你现在也快睁不开眼睛了。你现在身处的到底是仓库，还是方舟呢？
The camouflage on the walls started peeling off at Moriarty's gesture. The facility hidden beneath the metal cover reappeared in front of Bricio. This was the place where she had spent countless millennia in slumber, where she had vowed to escape not long ago.
你是怎么？那很简单。虽然我还没有找到进入方舟的手段，但我手下的这些野兽可
So
以
he
替
did
我
get
效劳。
inside?
说真的，他们远比我以前的任何一个手下都要任劳任怨。我让他们整体拆卸了你的休眠舱，然后安装在这里，让它融入仓库。
The heck?
我阅读了一些方舟里的文献资料，幸好我学过你们的母语，那种来自木大陆的语言。不然，要是连按钮的含义都搞不懂，那这个轨迹还真就无法实施了。
所以，才有那么多色彩。
色彩？哈，是你那个古怪的能力吗？这确实不在我的计划之内。原本我只是对那些野兽们搬运零件时留下的抓痕进行了一点小小的设计，就像一位灵巧的指挥家，我用这份令人生疑的谱面引诱你步入牢笼之中。这项计划里唯一的变量就在于你是否足够敏锐聪明，能否注意到我刻意留下的小小痕迹。但现在看来，我甚至想太多了。多亏了你那异于常人的观感，我的计划反而进行得更加顺利。
可是，明明唯独这里没有色彩，为什么你能？
这就又是一个美妙的巧合了，格蕾修小姐。你必须承认，那些伟大艺术在诞生时，往往就是需要加一些巧合作为点缀。假如那些野兽真的足够聪明，我大概就会让他们替我代劳，完成最后的组装工作了。只是那样一来，他们留下的色彩就要引起你的警觉了。不过，在这道最关键的工序面前，我那多疑的缺点及时作祟。
But then what? Does he have no color?
还有谁能胜任这样精细的改装任务呢？我亲自出马为格蕾修小姐打造了她的新卧室，只是很遗憾，在5分钟以前我们还从未见过面。现在，你记住我的色彩了吗？
这个人
嗯
根本称不上色彩，只有一片烟雾。
那么，加大功率。
As the sleeping gas permeated the room, Bricio fell into an oniric trance, barely registering Moriarty's final words. Isn't oniric like dreaming or something? Well, now I gotta check. I remember they used that word before. Relating to dreams or dreaming, yeah. Okay.
晚安，替我向下个纪元的人们问好吧，格蕾修小姐。
What is even the point of this? Freaking Moriarty. Freaking Otto, freaking Moriarty.
好了，现在还剩下。
Because he can get into
格蕾修姐姐，格蕾修姐姐，
the arc,
醒醒啊！
while his monsters can. So then why did he put Grisio asleep? Purple was left helpless next to the slumbering Grisio.
莫里亚蒂，你
果然，对你也不能起效啊。融合战士，野兽们帮我拿到的文献里是这样写的。我本以为这种存在，已经距离纯粹的人类足够遥远。对他都能够起效的催眠装置，对我们两个却毫无作用。如此看来，还是我和你离人类更加遥远，更可算得上同类呀。数据生命体和人造生命体，倒也没有多大区别，是吧？
我不知道你在说什么，我跟你才不一样。
啊？是吗？无所谓了，反正我也不想和你一样。你即使在城市代理人之中，也是最底端的、最无能的一个。为什么我会希望自己跟你一样呢？
Rose really raising that hate meter fast.
难道不是吗？原本你不就是因为最无能，才被派来做跑腿和带路的工作吗？而此时此刻面对我，你又能做到什么呢？调谐的维塔，你知道自己为什么这么乐于助人吗？因为除了热心以外，你就没有拿得出手的其他能力了。
Hunt the
再
child.
见了，调谐的维塔。
Not Vita, I
不
mean
知道他
Moriarty.
最后的表现能不能让你稍稍满意呢？
Who is the you he's talking about? Who is he talking to? Is he talking to Sa? Is he talking to Vita? Must be one of them. Alright. Everything is new for both of them. Actually, wait, did I unlock side stories? I did. I don't know if I'm going to get through all this today. I think I'm going to continue the main story for now. Get a few more of these done and then finish it up next week probably. But also do the side stories next week. Okay. Everything is new for both of them.
等不了了。
坐下，红。
可是，
作战计划已经定下来了，路障陷阱的准备都已就绪，我们只需要在这里接应子和格雷修。
Yeah, but they won't make it.
但是他们去的实在太久了，从这里到那座仓库都足够走3个来回了。
我们说好了，如果有紧急情况，他们会发消息联络我们，而到现在为止，我们还没有收到消息。
这不就说明他们可能遇到了比紧急情况更紧急的紧急情况，超级紧急情况了吗？
我理解你的心情，可是，说实话，即使他们真的遭遇怪兽围攻，我们也很难帮上忙。坚守这里，至少可以保证一旦智能砖送到，我们能立刻建立起防线。
那如果我们联系福华那边的程姐和阿青呢？他们之前不是发过消息说一切正常吗？
这几分钟我一直试图联系他们，但还没有任何回复。也许他们那边的情况也很紧急。
哎呀，这也不行，那也不行，真的要急死我了！
冷静一点，红。想想我们代理人的守则，即使在紧急情况下。
Just while they were fretting, a familiar voice suddenly came from the streets outside.
玉心，玉行，你们在哪儿呀？ 这声音是小紫，小紫回来了。
小紫，那格蕾修呢？奇怪，这个称呼，总觉得
It's a trap.
我看到他了，小绿，你看。
She looked out the window in the direction of Righteous's finger and saw Harmonious hollering as he crossed the street. Wait, she?
真的是小紫。但
Not waiting for Discipline to voice her doubt, Righteous leaned out of the window and waved frantically.
小紫，我们在这儿，快上来！是一心，
Wait, but how's Purple?
真是的，小紫，你这家伙还是这么慢手慢脚的，我刚才还以为出什么大事了呢。喂，小绿，咱们快出去接应他，别让那些怪兽又冒出来了。啊，红，等等我。
The two ran out of their hideaway one after the other. Yet awaiting them outside the door, aside from their longtime colleague, was calamity itself. Hordes of monsters appeared at the same time, as if by ambush. And worse, they were escorting the ones who called their names.
一心旅行，原来你们躲在这里呀！小紫，为什么你？哦
Before Righteous could react, Disciplined grabbed her by the collar and attempted to retreat into the building. However, she couldn't even crack open the door, for a monster was pressing against it.
可恶！红，你翻后窗走，去找浮华他们，告诉他们这里的情况。
啊，可是，
别啰嗦，你脚程快，你先跑。
Disciplined even kicked Righteous hard to make her point. Perhaps confused by the kick, perhaps spooked by Disciplined's aura, Righteous darted out reflexively without realizing how strained her last reason was.
休想！
The monsters that learned about the existence of the secret window wanted to intercept Righteous. However, Disciplined had already pressed a button.
本打算用来布置路障的机关，结果反而用来堵我自己的路了。不过这样就好。
莫里亚蒂，你有什么要做的？就冲我来好了。
Applause came from behind the walls of monsters.
精彩！以弗洛斯日常的和平程度而言，这一手确实超出了我的预料。不得不说，你比我之前见过的其他城市代理人表现的都更加出色。或许，先觉的称号更应该属于你才对。
蓝，这么说，黄爷还有小紫，你对他做了什么？格蕾修又在哪里？
这就说来话长了。稍安勿躁如何？你心急也得不到答案嘛。
是啊，我以前从没见过绿行这么暴躁的样子。他看来真的出问题了，我们该怎么办啊？
放心吧，调协，他只是稍微有点累了。而我恰巧知道一种秘方，对缓解疲劳有着奇效。
真的？
我什么时候骗过你吗？你先回去找先觉他们吧，我马上就治好他。
好，那就拜托你了，莫里亚蒂。
Harmonious nodded in relief and ran off.
你对他做了什么？黄和蓝，难道也？
不必如此敏感。我向你承诺，我没有做任何对他们产生危害的事情。虽然这在你看来恐怕难以置信，那不过是你们每个维塔都要经历的一些环节。而我只不过是让他，怎么说？ 稍微提前了那么一点。
你伤害了那么多人，背叛了黄和蓝，却还要我相信你，你怎么敢？
啊，好吧，你大可不必对我抱有这么大的敌意。我刚才说过，我很欣赏你，比如说你那在危机关头随机应变的能力，还有舍己为人的精神。 是什么让你决定由自己留下来断后的呢？
哼，我们跟你不一样，生来就铭记着城市代理人的守则，不能破坏维塔们的团结，不能违背维塔间的约定，不能
抛弃需要帮助的其他维塔。后面还有，不能恶意欺骗其他维塔，需要牢记。所有的维塔们是一个整体，共同为我们的城市建设服务。在不影响这个前提的情况下，也可以适当满足自己的小愿望。
为什么你能背诵我们的？世子告诉你的？不对，那家伙根本背不全。是蓝，但是。
Ignoring her questions, Moriarty continued to recite them line by line.
有重大事项需要商议时，将召开 Vita 集会。只有能够到场的所有 Vita 到齐，才能开始集会。平日里 Vita 们分工协作，各司其职。具体的职位包括巡逻员、文教员、城市审计员、审判官、城市记录员、城市科研员、城市司仪。
等一下，不对，他背的不是我们的手册，我们的手册不是这样。但是，为什么觉得有些熟悉？
每个自然月，Vita们将举办工作评定大会。 由文教员和审判官共同为表现突出的 Vita 们发放奖励。Vita 们的共同目标是建设大家都能开开心心一起生活的弗洛斯。
很熟悉，但又很陌生。为什么
Accompanied by Moriarty's cruel recitation, the monsters gradually approached disciplined.
这种异常的感觉，到底是？
你觉得很奇怪，对吧？想知道为什么吗？因为我念给你听的是以前的法则。
以前？你在说什么？
以前的法则修改之前的法则，或者再直接一点，某人很久之前随手写的法则，明白吗？ 你自从诞生以来便奉若圭臬的东西，不过是某种量产化的口诀罢了。将它写下的人，那位无情的造物主，只是随手为你们施加了一点魔咒。可怜你却要为此奔波终身。
你胡说八道！我们的法则才不是谁定义的，那明明是我们 Vita 一起在集会上商量的。
哦，是吗？ 那么，如果还没有法则存在，又为什么有约定俗成的集会呢？
Moriarty's words, like a stone-cold hammer, shattered Discipline's thoughts. Would phosphorus that everyone holds dearest be? Once a crack in thinking emerged, it could never be mended in place.
1、2、3、4。
12 constellations, Sagittarius, Cancer, Capricorn, Aries. I don't know all off the top of my head either. Gemini. Let's see. Capricorn, yeah. Aries, Gemini. Yeah, and Cancer. Cancer's the crab. Taurus. Oh, right, Taurus is the bull. Alright, I can't think of what else. Yeah, I don't know. That's all I can think of off the top of my head. Why do you ask? Looking at the unconscious disciplined, a satisfied smile of counting loot formed on Moriarty's face. Unconscious. So yeah, did he just knock them all unconscious? They're not actually dead?
这次也不小心玩过头了。
Your cherished
总觉得有
friends?
些抱歉啊，毕竟是你如此珍视的伙伴嘛。
Alright, so is he talking to Big Vita then? I'm thinking he's talking to Big Vita, not Sa.
不过也别太担心，我会帮你好好善后。像是处理记忆、打扫残局之类，我都已经很熟悉了。哪怕真的在某个环节上出了大差错，一定也不要紧吧？你
Well, that's not good.
肯定能解决的，对不对？自从窃取了中枢里的全能，我就感觉到了，越来越近，越来越近。
Leo, right, Lion, Virgo, the Maiden, was it? Libra, the Scales, Scorpius, it's a Scorpion. Oh, and Aquarius. Aquarius? Right. Okay, but why were you wondering about that?
敌正在不计一切代价的朝这里赶来，
rushing
是
here
不
at
是
all
还想对我
costs.
加以窥探？可是，只是窥探也没用呀。该做的事，我还是会一件一件的做下去，而你却什么也做不到。为了表达对你的欢迎，我这边也加快速度，朝着7不断迈进吧。
Meanwhile, Righteous, who was able to escape thanks to Discipline's reminder, was running forward with all her strength. Yeah, if it was Sa could probably be there in an instant. Maybe. I don't know, we haven't seen hide nor hair of actual Sa other than they destroyed the bridge to Salt Snow Holy City. So twice? Or well, once and then gave Vita more power, yeah. But it'd be dangerous for Big Vita to come back into Sa's playground. I think. Interesting. The scam board again? Where's for me the reborn? Oh. Okay. Does this have something to do with the constellations, or?
快，再快一点！这是小绿为我争取的时间，绝对不能浪费。
As the last wisp of air left her lungs, a sharp pain began to distort her vision.
我必须快一点找到大侦探他们。
Her vision was reduced to a blur and her legs moved mechanically. But this didn't stop her from running toward the stronghold.
只要到达那里，我就能救下小绿。
The faint taste of blood in her mouth was cutting her apart. Her heart was boiling hot, but her limbs were ice cold. Oof.
怪物们包围了据点。
That's not good.
可恶！大侦探他们被困在里面了吗？
Jeremy, my guy, I need you to realize that a conversation is a two-way street. Normally, you respond to the other person's question and make conversation. But what you're doing right now is just talking about your own thing and not caring what I say. And I gotta say, it throws me off a little bit, and I don't really care for it. Like, I'm trying to have a conversation with you here, but you're just saying whatever you want. Okay. Monsters brandishing sharp claws prowled outside the stronghold, and the homely streets she grew up in had become a living hell.
该怎么办？现在只有我。
If it all transpired in a split second, then an unconscious move would have saved her the pain of hesitation.
只要引开怪物们，大侦探就能突破重围，小绿和大家都会得救。
Having made up her mind, she clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and ran toward the monsters with her own safety behind.
抱歉了，小绿，比起你教我的从长计议，果然还是这样更适合我。喂，你们这些可恶的家伙，来追我呀！
I mean, I accept the apology as long as, in the future, we work with the two-way street. Conversations are a two-way street. Huh? HSR anniversary's next update? I did not. Yeah, I guess it's been out about... Yeah, it sounds about right. 3 years, huh? They doing something special for that? I mean, I assume they will. Her shout was thunder over the plains. The monsters turned around to chase her at once.
我成功了！
Seeing that the first step had succeeded, she immediately ran in the opposite direction. However, her fatigued body slowed her legs down, and they closed in on her with every step.
再快一点，得让他们远离那里。快点，一心，你可以做到。再快一点，大家就……
Bruh. Her frail body, impaled by a long claw, slammed onto the ground she had patrolled countless times.
运气有点差。
I can't believe you've done this to me.
现在的距离够远了吗？
An unstoppable cold made her tremble uncontrollably. She tried to recognize her surroundings, but the pain immobilized her, and her consciousness began to fade. And then a faraway sound pierced her mind and sent out ripples.
喂，你们这些可恶的怪物，敢不敢来追我呀？
It seems like every anniversary unit will have a global passive. Summon them, you get some bonus. Alright. That sounds pretty neat.
我要去，大家都不在了，我只有你了。别哭了，小紫，你还不相信我吗？乖乖躲好，等他们跟我跑远你再离开，记住了吗？
A blurry scene unfolded in her mind. She saw the red girl lure the monsters away and disappear at the end of an alley.
那是梦吗？可是梦里面为什么会看到自己？头好痛！
这边，大家都走快一点，余震随时都会来。腿感觉不到了，大家都还好吗？
She saw the red girl evacuate citizens from the ruins until she was buried by boulders.
以前发生过地震吗？
坚持住，我推你上去。
不行，一心，这样下去你会被洪水冲走。一心，
原来是洪水吗？奇怪，难道这些事全部都发生过？为什么我会不记得？
Man. Mood awful. Her body was losing heat by the second, yet her mind was ripped into vivid images by the torrent of suffocation. Torrents rushed down mountains and rivers flowed backward. Floodwaters devoured everything in their path, submerging people's anguished wails and sweeping away everything she loved.
为什么明明昨天大家还是笑着的模样？
In the flooded city, the red girl used her last ounce of strength to push her colleague onto a rooftop before the floodwaters claimed her. Muddy water rushed into her nose and mouth, and the tumbling rocks struck her body. And at the end of her life, she saw her colleague on the rooftop succumb to the same... Darn it. Succumb to the same fate.
为什么会变成这样？为什么？
She couldn't do anything, or save anyone. There was no exception from beginning to end. Bruh, it's bleak. The pain and despair of the past ate away at her sanity, and the images in her mind faded until the shattered memories, along with her world, plunged into infinite darkness.
小红，小红，
The calling gently whisked away the blanket of fog, and so she was able to glimpse the sunlight amid the chaos. As usual, she opened her eyes once more.
太好了，程姐，你看，她醒了。
She lived.
好晕，世界在颤抖。是地震来了吗？
How did she live?
再晃下去，红就要受伤了。哦，对不起，对不起，我太开心了。
The red girl rubbed her head, and under her colleague's concerned gaze, casually patted the dust from her clothes and stood up as if nothing had happened. Did they heal her? Or was she healed by whatever keeps reviving the Vitas, apparently? So this pretty much confirms that it is some sort of cycle. Like, the other destroyed city, Hesperus, must have been one of the past cycles, maybe? But yeah, they always get destroyed by something. It do be bleak.
哎，身上好脏啊！我刚刚摔了一跤嘛。哎呀，不管了，得快点把避险预警告诉大家才行。
小红，你还好吧？
我挺好呀，好的不得了。
Oh no.
等等等等，你是谁啊？
She stopped motioning abruptly and surveyed the stranger in front of her with curious, confused eyes. Bruh. So basically, yeah, memory wipe. Yeah, they basically get memory wiped when they die. So she did die. Flame chase never ends. Yeah. It's got that feel sort of like the Elysian Realm. Although here they don't die permanently. But they lose their memories. However, she did recall the end of her past lives. I wonder if the memories could be brought back. But dang. And that's why Purple was able to help Moriarty. He did kill Purple. Purple was memory wiped. Bruh.
她是浮华姐姐啊。
And that's why Moriarty said all the Vitas go through this eventually. Fuhua. Who's Fuhua? 33 million, etc. cycles, yeah. Well, that's Honkai Star Rail, but who knows how many cycles these guys have had? Possibly. Well, I mean, who knows? Maybe they did have that many cycles. I don't know how long this place has been here. Well, and how long a cycle normally lasts. I mean, I guess this place has been here for approximately 1,500 years, maybe? Because that's about when Grissio's ship crashed with the life samples, whatever. That would have been when they were able to make a city with people by using those samples. So it just depends how many, or how long a cycle normally lasts. Oof. Well, and I wonder if that's why Big Vita got frustrated before. Because she teaches them everything and got to know them, and then eventually they get cycled. She starts over from zero. Binaries, 13 ones and 12 zeros. Okay. Interesting. I guess it's supposed to be the Flame Chasers, and then Flame Chasers without Elysia? Or, well, what is it? Cyrene in Star Rail? I don't know. I don't know too much, but I've heard that name float around. Alright, who's Fuhua? The girl scratched her head and tried to bring her to mind. She was certain... Oh, right.
你还好吧？
Forgot I had autoplay. She was certain she remembered every scenery and resident of Phosphorus, yet she couldn't remember anything about Fuhua.
我很好呀。 可能是最近跑来跑去调查地震，我不小心睡着，结果就摔了一跤，八成是还没睡醒吧？啊！你们别用这种奇怪的眼神看着我
Yes,
呀。
Irene. Yeah.
程
Okay.
姐，你不会又要批评我没有好好休息吧？等通知完附近的居民，我就美美的睡上一觉。
浮华姐，红她似乎不太对劲，怎么会这样？
虽然不知道为什么会出现这种情况，但现在时间紧迫，怪物们随时会追上来。我们还是要先找到安全的地方，从长计议。
姐姐说的对，红，我们先跟姐姐
Discount
一起离开这
Chinese
里。
13th.
啊，程姐，我还没通知完大家呢，怎么能随随便便就跟陌生人一起？
I figured. I mean, while it's the 13 Flame Chasers, at least Elysia in Honkai 3rd is sort of an outsider. I mean, she's not human. So, while she's part of the group, she's sort of not. She is, but she isn't.
红，浮华姐跟我们一起经历了很多事，
But she's
她是位
incredibly
很了不
based.
起的人，
That's for
我们
certain.
可以信任她。
小光说的没错，红，我们先跟浮华一起到安全的地方，你的疑问我们一会儿再解答，好不好？好吧，我相信程姐，毕竟程姐作为我们的监察官，总是能根据蛛丝马迹做出正确的选择。
啊？监察官不是你自己吗？
啊，这怎么可能嘛？程姐才是监察官呀，对吧，程姐？ 红，我们边走边说。总之，先离开这里。奇怪，明明程姐和阿青都跟他很熟的样子，可我怎么一点也不记得这个叫浮华的人？还真是个拗口的名字。
She followed her colleagues and eyed the foreigner walking abreast her curiously.
程姐和阿青好像都很信任他，但我完全没有
Romantic
印象。
story.
难道我真的睡糊涂了？他朝我看过来了。
小红，睡着之前的事情，你还有印象吗？
我记得自己在拿着喇叭通知大家防范地震。等等，我的喇叭去哪里了？
Well, the earthquake thing, isn't that one of the times she died? She touched her empty belt and sighed in chagrin. But this wasn't the only strange occurrence today, so she shook her head, only to meet the foreigner's worried eyes.
那么，你还记得小绿在哪里吗？
小绿，没想到你这个异乡人还认识小绿啊。最近有地震的征兆，小绿作为记录员，当然是去出现异常的地方查看了。他昨天还说河水有上涨的趋势，要跟以前的笔记对照一下。
可是，绿姐一直都跟你在一起，而且她明明是城市的法官呀。
阿青，你今天怎么啦？兰才是城市的法官呢，跟大家有关的事情，我可是绝对不会记错。程姐，阿青她该不会在生我的气，所以想逗逗我吧？是我不好，前天不该突然跑出来吓阿青，结果害她摔了一跤。
啊？
开个玩笑啦，我知道阿青才不是小气的人。阿青，让我看看你的伤口好点了没？我经常磕磕碰碰，最会处理伤口。
Her cheerful words came to an abrupt stop. The moment her eyes fell on her brother, a chill ran up her neck. Righteous widened her eyes in disbelief. It was a smooth arm, not a single wound to be seen.
阿青，你胳膊上的伤口去哪儿了？红，你没事吧？难道说？ 因为你们不是他们，所以你们会记混代理人的职责。 不，怎么会发生这种荒谬的事呢？
荒谬的事可未必不会发生哦。
Freaking Moriarty。
抱歉打扰你们的对话，我只是忍不住想要为这位淑女解答疑惑。
又是不认识的人，啊？感觉好像在哪儿见过你。
哎呀，差点忘记了自我介绍。各位优雅的女士，还有这位绅士，莫里亚蒂向你们致以最亲切的问候，以及好久不见，我亲爱的大侦探。念出这个称呼的感觉，可真让人怀念。莫里亚蒂，看来你也很想念我啊！再次见到你的感觉真是好极了。毕竟我对你的思念，恰如恨意一般刻骨铭心。
你今天所做的一切，我并不认为是在向我复仇。
啊，我的大侦探，你为什么总能把美妙的事情变得无聊透顶？久别重逢的时刻多么让人激动，而你却要用它来谈论无关紧要的话题。
无关紧要？
难道不是吗？
Moriarty looked at Fu Hua, smiling before winking at Righteous, as if unwilling to miss a single move of anyone present.
这里的一切与你何干？不如说，对这座城市而言，引来崩坏兽，让居民们陷入动荡的罪犯，究竟是谁呢？身份不明的异乡人为安居乐业的居民们带来了不幸的怪兽、可怖的地震，还有无可估量的灾难。更糟的是，他自己对此浑然不觉。
你的意思是，地震是因为异乡人的到来吗？红，不要相信他的话，他才是造成这一切的罪魁祸首。
我？不，我和你们一样。就像一只生活在玻璃瓶中的可怜虫，它在星期一诞生，星期二取名，星期三交友，星期四工作，星期五遭灾，星期六扶危，星期日覆灭，而后又在星期一重生。
無垢の楽園に奇跡の星が落ちた。そこから人の歴史が始まった。人は神の従者と共に豊かな国を作った。彼らは暦を作り空を観測した。彼らは農業を始め大地を測量した。時は流れ伝えられていく。この浄土の深くに植えられた人類の歴史は成長して、そして朝礼を迎える。あの日災厄が空を埋め尽くし、影が大地を覆った。万物に命を与えた水は今回世界に死を与える。洪水が文明の残光を洗い流し、世界は暗闇に沈み、果てしない静寂の中で神聖を待つ。
洪水？那场大洪水真的发生过？
好，看来你已经从粉饰太平的美梦中醒了过来。没错，异性的维塔。那些都是你真实的经历，找回记忆的感觉怎么样？
不对，你看，现在弗洛斯明明还好好的，那怎么可能会是真实的呢？
这确实是一个问题。事实上，它是一个非常好的问题。毕竟这个世界的命运就像转动的钟表指针，总会在某一时刻指向相同的位置。甚至，如果事情不是这样，我此刻的复仇反而会无法进行。
所以，你的复仇对象究竟是谁？
这个问题，我希望你能自己找到答案。你之前的猜测没错，大侦探。我之所以出现在这里，并不是为了你， 而是为了履行与那位先觉的维塔的约定。
蓝，他现在在哪里？你到底对他和黄做了什么？
没什么，他们只是分身乏术而已。毕竟，面对随时可能毁灭家园的灾害，身为城市代理人的他们，当然要优先消灭灾难的源头。
毁灭？等等，你是说？
没错，就像你回忆中的那场洪水一样。我刚才说过，这个世界的命运就像转动的钟表指针，总会在某一时刻指向相同的位置。很容易得出的结论，不是吗？赫斯珀的存在就是最好的佐证。世界始终如一，人们却在虚假中循环。
Moriarty sneered, and his gaze fell on Fu Hua.
而现在，因为某位不速之客的到来，命运的
Hey, it's not like she tried to come here.
更快了一些。
你究竟在说什么？
哦，对了，你不记得也很正常。城市里出现了一种奇特的怪物。
Oh yeah, the Honkai beasts were here before she was, so he's just straight up
那就是令
gaslighting.
城市步入毁灭倒计时的罪魁祸首。而归根结底，他们可是和眼前这位大侦探一起出现在弗洛斯的。
Hearing that, Red instinctively threw off Encompassing's hand and took 2 steps back warily.
红，冷静一点，莫里亚蒂只是在颠倒因果。自从来到这里之后，浮华姐一直在帮助我们消灭崩坏兽。难道这些事情你都忘记了吗？
红，浮华姐姐不久之前才救过你，你真的不记得了吗？就算真的不记得了，作为代理人，你应当有自己的判断力，不是吗？我
4 pairs of eyes looked at her in unison. A short but difficult silence. Suddenly, Red clutched her head painfully.
真是太奇怪了！明明会有灾难降临，明明连世界都有被毁掉的可能。本来应该是大家齐心协力解决危机的时候，为什么我会遇到这种事？2个奇奇怪怪的外乡人看起来都想要骗我，连程姐和阿青都变得怪怪的。我到底要怎么办才好啊？红，你要去哪里？不管你们是不是真正的程姐和阿庆，至少有一句话没说错。作为代理人，我自己可以判断，我这就去查个清楚。红，
奇怪，莫里亚蒂没有动手阻拦。
糟糕，现在城里到处都有崩坏兽，
不能让他这样离开，我们快跟上。
果然，正如本相的维塔所言，这位维塔相当意气用事啊。不过，既然他想要亲自见证城里发生的一切，公平起见，我们最好还是都不要插手。
小程、小光，退后！结束了。莫里亚蒂呢？
趁乱离开了，不知道他会不会去找红。
但他知道我们一定不会对伙伴坐视不管。格蕾修那边也迟迟没有联系。如果他仍是那个我了解的莫里亚蒂，
怎么了，浮华姐姐？
莫里亚蒂是个擅长观察局势、随机应变的人，他往往表面上不按常理出牌，等到实际解决问题时，却又会选择最为简单直接的方法。曾经，他表面上假手一座城市的犯罪网络与我周旋，暗地里却物色了一处异界的入口，试图把我诓骗入内，永绝后患。我担心，他对其他的维塔，甚至格蕾修，正在做同样的事。
糟了，红也好，蓝和黄也好，格蕾修他们也好，现在不都是孤立无援的状态吗？
我们必须赶紧追上去，但也要防备敌人的陷阱。离奇属性的怪物，丢失记忆的小红，还有莫里亚蒂那不明来源的知识，甚至也包括我在这里和格蕾修重逢的巧合。悬而未决的问题实在太多了。小橙、小光，无论接下来发生了什么，你们千万不要离开我的视线，好吗？
Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna stop doing the main story here. I'll do the side story, or side stories. And then I'll do the side stories and then finish. I sort of feel like that's probably the best break I'm gonna get in the main story. Until the end. I still can't do 7th. But I can do this one. Okay, although before I do this one, I'm gonna go take a bathroom break real quick. I'll be right back in just a few minutes. Alright, I am back. Yeah, man. Vita's got a bit of a tragic past there. And Moriarty's showing that Otto side that we all know and hate. At first I was like, I didn't know what to think of him, but man, really raising that hate meter. Killing all the Vitas, making them lose their memories, turning them against each other. Freaking Otto Moriarty. Okay. Mysterious whereabouts. I'm chasing after the tracks left by a certain someone. If you want to help me, I won't decline. Moment of danger. Danger somehow came at the same time as the sudden encounter. This happened when Fuhua first came here. Where's that? When she first came here. I wonder, is it hinting that this isn't Fuhua's first cycle? Because, I mean, we don't know exactly how long Fuhua's been here. Yeah, anyway. The residents fled in fear. Adults and the elderly evacuated, leaving this small child to bear everything alone.
这些崩坏兽到底是从哪里来的？
The Honkai beasts left him with no time to think, as it took everything he had to repel their attacks. However, according to his estimation, he can't hold out much longer.
这里太危险了，你躲起来，我来应对就好。
别瞧不起人，我不会临阵脱逃的。
好，那就一起对付他们。终于结束了。
Fuhua thought of the little friend she fought alongside with, and turned back to see him earnestly looking for something.
怎么回事？又跟丢了吗？还是说，把我引入崩坏兽的包围中，也是计划的一环？
你怎么了？
没什么，谢谢你。这副打扮和长相，原来你就是。
Fuhua also took the opportunity to give the boy a look over. He looked and dressed like the other Vitas, except for his blue collar that gave away his identity.
蓝色，你就是那个先觉的 Vita， 他就是失踪的那2个 Vita 之一。他在这种地方做什么？而且看样子，他似乎不想被其他 Vita 发现。
随你怎么称呼了。
In sync, the two of them did not reveal the other's identity, and things became increasingly awkward. Blue was injured and despondent, seemingly disinterested in Fuhua.
你好像在找什么人？
只是日常例行的巡逻罢了。
Evidently, he didn't want Fuhua to interfere, but he was in no condition to complete the mission himself.
好疼。
Blue tried to move, but sighed in pain.
需要帮忙吗？
好啊，我在找一个小孩，并且那孩子经过这里已经有一段时间了，就这么点线索，你能找到吗？
我试试看。
我只是随便说说，你竟然就这么答应了？
你没有编假话的必要，硬要说的话，更像是一种对我的试探。因为你需要帮助。 但又对我保持警惕，对吗？ 你这家伙，确实跟记录中一样难缠。我知道了，走吧。
Described in the records. Okay, no voiceover. Tell me. Think I'll be able to help? I'll just look at a problem from a quantitative perspective. Ability should come in handy. Okay, insight. Boop. Mutual decision. Okay. Child went this way. Boy came and returned the textbook. Nothing suspicious. The paper boy. Newspapers. Night came. Lou muttered to himself. He was usually calm, but now seemed confused. So he's looking for a boy. And I almost wonder if it's Moriarty. Cloud interacted with a lot of people. We were following him to places he'd been, questioning people he'd met. Always be one step behind, so it's hard to catch up to him. Hasn't done anything strange at the moment. No point in asking passerbys anything. Who said that? But he seemed to have a new idea. He suddenly checked the wounds on his body without showing any emotions. Orange probably wants to bring you around other parts of Chiming. The boy before her politely suggested working alone. Insist on staying with him or pretend to agree. I'm gonna insist. I'm gonna get hurt. But yeah, I feel like this is definitely not the current cycle in the main story. Oh, the siren. Well, thank you for the follow. Welcome. At least you trust. Yeah, I haven't really played Star Rail myself. I just hear bits and pieces about it. Because usually people talk about it in Honkai 3rd. Mainly play Honkai 3rd and Star Rail. Nice, nice. Yeah. Honkai 3rd is definitely one of my favorite stories of probably all time. Don't play Genshin or ZZ. Yeah, nice. Yeah. I think the thing that keeps me from playing other Hoyo games the most is the gear systems. Otherwise, I'd probably love the stories. Well, I played Genshin for a while, but I did get burnt out on the gear system. I haven't tried ZZZ, but yeah, I have half a mind to start Star Rail, but well, besides the gear system, I just don't know if I have enough time between the other games I play. But I've been thinking about it for the future, maybe. I don't know, maybe after Honkai 3rd is over. Although, who knows when that's going to be. Brony accounts on TikTok or the game. Nice. Yeah. It may be a fairly bland take, but I think Kiana's my favorite character. I just love how... Well, I mean, she's had a rough time. She still fights for all the good in the world. I'm a simple man. I like the story. The simple story. Any cosplay characters like May and Haxo? Nice, nice. I respect cosplay. Takes a lot of dedication. Hexer, Bunny, and Seal? Sere? Yeah, I mean, I love all the cast. Even Otto, who I also hate. Freaking Otto. But no, I think one of the things that makes Honkai 3rd one of the best stories, in my opinion, is just how everybody gets developed. Like, or at least almost all characters get development throughout the series. It's great. Cheer. I don't know, some of the characters say, like, Sele, and some say Cheer. Well, it also depends on the language. But... So I'm never sure how to pronounce it right. I got reinforcements. Minor mistake. Target should be conspicuous. Oh. Okay, so I had to go protect another version of Himko. Oh, Welt. Well, that's so sad. I mean, I don't know how it happens, because at this point in the story in Honkai 3rd, Welt is still on Earth. But I am intrigued to find out why he's in space. So don't spoil me. Yeah, I know they're supposed to be the same person. I haven't gotten to the point in the story where they tell why that is. Oh, insight to find. Okay. Like, where's the box? Okay, there it is. Go after him. Punchbox. Old account, Honkai 3rd got deleted or hacked. Restart. Ooh. Man, I feel like people stealing accounts is becoming a much more regular thing. Like every now and then I get notifications that are like, hey, here's your code for password reset or something. Not for like Honkai 3rd, but just for accounts in general, and I feel like that's been happening more recently. Of course, that hasn't been my doing. I always have two-factor authentication. Yeah. Never. Oh. Ah. Ah, I feel that. Ouch. Dang, if that happened to me, I feel like I would just quit. Dang. Although I am but a poor boy, I don't have that kind of money to spend on a gacha game. But if that did happen, I think I just call it right there. Lights and news agency are on. Door creaked open. A boy struggled to carry a stack of fresh newspapers and looked at the two of them confused. He started selling newspapers. Working Taco Bell, Barnes & Noble, still being a senior in high school. Dang. Respect. Yeah. I don't know what else to say that respect. That's a lot of work. Yeah, I didn't have a job during high school. I sort of wish I would have, but I went to school too far away from home, and I didn't have my own vehicle. So, well, and I guess health issues were also a problem then still. So, yeah, I just didn't really have a good opportunity to do that. I would have liked to make some, I mean, it's not like it's a fun thing, but I would have liked to be able to make some money then. Yeah. Janitor duty at Taco Bell? Ooh. I don't know. I don't want to make a joke there, but no, I imagine janitor duty anywhere. I imagine that's rough work. I respect that. I'm just referring to how people joke about Taco Bell makes you heavily use the bathroom. Oh, hydrate. Thank you. Hydrated. But yeah, I bet being at Taco Bell, janitor at Taco Bell, having everybody use the bathroom, that must be rough. Suspicious boy handed them a newspaper with an eager look. Headline states unknown monsters appear. New celebration, watch out for abrupt weather changes, nothing out of the ordinary. He's great at taking photos, Blue who knows everything that happens in Qiming. Wait, Blue who knows everything that happens in Qiming. Cyan's great at taking photos. I thought Cyan was the one who monitors everything. Or am I getting them mixed up? So I mean in the main story cycle. I'm just wondering if this is another clue to this being another cycle. Newsboy's subtle provocation did not anger Blue. Regular inspection. Take a look inside. Hua and Blue looked around, but all the newspapers looked identical and nothing was out of place. Newsboys, why are you delivering textbooks? Hua pretended to withdraw and let the newsboy let down his guard. Hiding something. Newsboy knew he had said something wrong and immediately cut the conversation short. Alright. Locked the door and didn't look behind as he left. Something's up with the newsboy. Still have a reason why I cannot appear before the other Vitas. Well, I don't know. Is this the current cycle? Is this supposed to happen while Blue and Yellow were still working with Moriarty against the others? Oh. A minor mistake. So that was the wrong way to go about it. A sweeping glance. Okay, so I can't team up with him. Yada yada yada, seen this before. Gotta talk to the people. Okay, there we go. Talk to the woman. Talk to the girl. Talk to this guy. Alright, night comes, and then we gotta split up. Pretend to agree. Uhua was about to persuade him, but changed her mind. Aw. He said thank you. Blue covered his wounds as he turned and walked slowly away. Doesn't want to show his weakness. But I mean, if it is the current cycle, why is he injured so heavily? Because before there was no sign of that until he got attacked. But I figure when he gets attacked, he's probably dead and gets reset. Although we haven't seen him in the story again. So I don't know. Alright, so we follow him. Children gathered? Uh-oh. Okay, I gotta move while that thing has its back to me. Run! With much effort, Blue finally arrived at the news agency.
行了，别躲了。姑且还是感谢你这一路上偷偷保护我。不过这边没有需要你处理的怪物了。
This must be the right one. It's voiced. Man, I really wish they would just voice it all if they're gonna voice it. Wuhua walked out from the shade of the trees. The boy before her didn't look surprised at all.
你什么时候发现的？那不重要，重点是该收工了。
He lowered his voice and hinted at Wuhua to press her ear against the door. She could hear panicked footsteps from the inside. Oh, hey, Season. Gilgamesh and Rinder come to Honkai Star Rail, so you returned? Oh, nice. I didn't know they were having another Fate collab. I know they had Saber and oh, what's his face? Archer. But yeah. I didn't know they were having another one. 2 versions away. Okay. That should be interesting though, because in the Fate verse, Gilgamesh is super powerful. Have to see if they do him justice in Honkai Star Rail. Is it just... well, I don't know if you know, but is it just basic Rin? Or is it one of her other forms, like, Ishtar, I think. 51 tickets. Okay, Stellar Jade, going all in. I don't know how much that is, but I assume that's a lot. I don't know what the rates are like. Based on Fate Stay Night, they get outfit redesigns for Star Rail. Okay. On Fate Stay Night, Rin herself wasn't super powerful. But Gilgamesh was, so... I don't know if they're going to keep the power levels similar for that or not. 1,000+ volts. Dang. Yeah, I think you'd be good there. Might even be able to max somebody. Rin probably a buffer. I could see that. Gilgamesh DPS and Rin buff.
里面有动静，果然他们听到了风声，先赶来收拾现场了。
Blue abruptly pulled the door open, and the children who were busily cleaning up various types of papers looked toward him in terror.
人赃并获，你们还有什么要解释的吗？
Fu Hua followed behind him and immediately locked the door. The two of them picked up a few pieces of printed paper scattered around. Max out Gilgamesh dupes. Now to watch max the light cone. Light cone? Is that like one of their specific gears? I don't know what a light cone is.
勇气的挑战，比赛谁先独闯禁地？你们发给居民的报纸，竟然是鼓动孩子们去禁地冒险的传单。
What the heck?
利用报社的印刷机悄悄印刷，第二天再由报童散布给全城的孩子们，对吧？
Equivalent to signature weapon in Honkai 3rd. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, signature weapon or whatever. Okay. I feel like maxing the character is definitely, well, not definitely, but usually better in just about any gacha. The weapon is usually not necessary, just an extra boost. The children were at a loss for words and could only stare at each other.
指使你们印这些传单的那个人，是不是告诉了你们，我有可能会找上门来？
啊，你怎么知道？喂，不是叫你不要乱说话吗？
The newsboy was unable to stop the frightened child from instinctively replying to Blue in time.
他乱说的，你别当真啊！这传单是我们自己印着玩的，没人指使。
没关系，我已经明白是怎么回事了。我已经通知了绿，剩下的话，你们去跟他说吧。
The children dejectedly lowered their heads as they agreed. It seems like they were already aware that they had caused a lot of trouble. Blue walked toward Fu Hua, who was standing by the door, and nodded to her in gratitude. Did someone really move apart one of the clan that happened last year? Still there? Oh, the duration's indefinite. 8 Saber and Archer last until the end of the year. Yeah. That's interesting. I wonder how much they paid for that. Holy cow. For a banner to last an entire year. And they must have paid out the wazoo for that. So then I imagine they'll probably have some synergy with the new units. Could be interesting.
感谢你的协助，我已经大致弄清了整件事的来龙去脉。
能帮上你的忙就好。
你不问点什么吗？毕竟我们都对彼此有所保留。
不用了，你的行动已经印证了我的猜想，所以我相信你的判断。
哦，说来听听。
你刚才提到那个人的时候，显然意有所指。虽然你特意躲着其他城市代理人分头行动，但既然你同时也在暗地里调查，说明你并非完全受制于人。你拥有过人的头脑和高度的警觉性，会选择这种方式行动，一定也是经过了深思熟虑。比如，面对过于狡猾的对手，为了不打草惊蛇，才选择向同伴隐瞒，以防把他们全都拉下水。从某种意义上来说，这也是在保护他们。
精彩。出于你已经察觉到了的原因，
我不能对你的猜测做出任何评价，但我不得不说，你是我担当城市代理人以来见过的第2个让我敬佩的人。
The second person to look up to. I imagine the first one is Big Vita. That's nice. Everyone you remember Nasu himself like Honkai Star Rails at work? Approached first or something? Oh. Curious about how businesses calculate and distribute earnings for collab. Yeah. I imagine each one works in different ways. Like, they could pay a lump sum to the business that they're collabing with. Or maybe it is some percentage or something. I don't know myself. Don't really... But, well, I know they gotta pay for the collab. I don't know how they usually work. But yeah, if Nasu approached them first, maybe they got it really cheap. Or maybe they didn't even have to pay at all. I don't know. It'd be funny if he paid them. You know, actually, maybe that could even be a possibility. Yeah, if you pay them to be part of Honkai Star Rail, it's sort of like getting publicity for Nasu's games. Probably particularly Fate Go. Or Fate Grand Order. But yeah, I wonder how that worked.
那第一个，莫非是？
虽然说这种话可能有些不合时宜，不过，万一我真出了什么事，到时候就拜托你了。你一定能在最糟糕的绝境里创造翻盘的机会。我相信你的能力，更相信你的决断。今天的事，就当做我们之间的秘密吧。那，合作愉快，大侦探。
All right, truth revealed. Till we meet again. The two teamed up for the first time, developed trust and appreciation for each other in the investigation. I don't know, maybe this is the main story cycle? That would explain why Fu Hua just cautioned him when they met. Think about that there. Fate rarely collabs with any form of media. Fate is probably still top 3 earning in Japan for mobile games. Sounds like for any collab to happen, hard requirement of Nasu proving it himself. Alright. I mean, yeah, Fate Grand Order I feel is still going strong. Maybe it was more of a balanced deal. I mean, Honkai Star Rail is pretty popular. That's also popular in China, I think? I mean, Hoyo is a Chinese company. So, besides being popular in Japan, that could be a chance to get more popular in China as well. And worldwide. Since it's also popular worldwide. And I mean, Fate Grand Order is an older game. It still gets updates regularly, and it's still fairly popular as far as I know, but when did that come out? I played it back in the very beginning, although I didn't keep up with it. Let's see, Fate Grand Order release. Good lord, I feel old. July 30th, 2015. It's been over 10 years. Oh. Well, as an old person, I guess I better get to bed. No, I was gonna probably end here anyway. But yeah. Man. Yeah, I'm not sure which is more surprising, that it's been over 10 years or that it's still going strong after 10 years. But yeah, I'm gonna call it here for today. I will continue and hopefully finish up chapter 41 next week. That's right, yesterday, it's now the next day, at least where I am, was May's birthday. In universe. What I do? Alright. That. Anyway. Tomorrow, I will probably just be goofing off in Enfield, because they've got an update coming around the end of the week. And I'm still a bit behind on content. So, who knows what I'll be doing. I do need to, like, redesign my factory. My wooing factory. There's also some quests I need to do still. All kinds of stuff. Yippee! Farming! So behind in Enfield? Yeah, I mean, Enfield is one of those where I think you can just take your time. But I'm just sort of excited for the next patch that's coming, because Zhuang Fengyi. Been looking forward to that character. So, oh, they put out a beautiful music video featuring her. That got me hyped up as well. I stuck that in the music channel of Discord if you're interested. I don't know if you've seen that yet. But yeah, I just want to catch up so I'm ready for this next patch. Normally, I wouldn't be so intent on playing it right away. Just take my time with it, but like I said, since I'm looking forward to that character in particular. So anyway, that's what I'll be doing tomorrow, probably. Thursday will be Limbus Company. They're gonna have Kanto 9.5. I guess that's the Wednesday update, but I'll be playing it on Thursday. And then I plan to do Trails in the Sky, or not Trails in the Sky. Trails from Zero on Friday. So, in the meantime, if anybody's interested in my social medias, there's links for Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky, and YouTube. They're in the chat. You can always find those links in the About section or under the socials banner on my Twitch. And for anybody watching the VOD on YouTube, if you're ever interested in watching live, there will be a link in the video description to my Twitch. So, thank you all for being here. Hope you all have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. And I'll see you around. Bye-bye.